Fuck gnomes. Yeah. Fuck gnomes. Those tiny point hat looking fucker mother. They diss themselves into another trucker. Motherfuckers can't get no papa. They realize that they not in size. Them old gnome fuckers, oh, the gnome fuckers, oh, they just sort of can't get along with the other, oh, gnome fucker, oh, Situise, realize where a gnome becomes belts and turns into eyes, oh, ew, gnome fucker, gnome fucker, you've been dissed. Big man, think you can defeat me? You could barely defeat yourself, son, let alone a champion and mountain and glampion as me. Wilbertson, or you could be a Sherbittens, or a Harletois. You could be a Sunderland. You could be a nighttime stroll along the midnight walk, you know. You could be all the things. Except you won't be, of course. Very well, your highness. I shall grant you 3 wishes for the curse of the land. Oh, you could be frenemies, yeah, you could be heroes and villains together. You could be frenemies, dancing and killing each other over toast and other such malarkey, yeah. Gotta get us a twink wife, wifers. Gotta get us a twink wife, Get us a twink wife, twink wife. Wife those twinks into a delightful link. Marry them off and make them your wife. Twinker wife. You delight those twink the wife, twink delight, ooh, divine. Get those twinksom waifus, make that twink your waifu. Many people are frazzle-dazzled by the intricacies of the social sort of eclectic hold, grasping for a will to become known. Yeah, I would suggest ye become a little bit selfish, mate, and work on the beauty that you already know. Oh, you nop the nippy, that nippy the nop, nope. You nippy, nope. The weight of your crimes descends upon you and you alone, my gay little friend. Reform! Full demand! Kill the wolf! You've been squampulated, absolutely disconstructuated. You are squamp. Well, there's a lot of different scenarios to which I could think of for the pro and against. Fundamentally speaking, though, you're talking more inherent sort of moralism, which is the ethics of essentially, is it moral to own another person in that sort of regard? And to which you could argue that yes, it is moral to own another person, because children
are fundamentally owned by their parents, and this is a mutual benefit to where a child learns how to live in the world while getting protection from the world, to inherit the parents' will, essentially. That is the cost and production. This is student-parent. That is the fundamental of slave and master. The slave learns skills, again, despite themselves, and eventually they become greater than their masters. This is the understanding. This is not, of course, every case of such thing. The worst sort of case of it is with the Islamics of North Africa sort of gilding African slaves to, stifle their breeding, so that nothing is passed on. They are donkeys, as it were, which is not good at all. Fundamentally, spiritually impure. But where is the teaching here of stealing one person and forcing them into acts of depravity for monetary gain? For no monetary gain of their own. For no particular sort of seeming gain of their own. Well, the conjecture of this would be protection and safety. The trafficker would need to ensure that the trafficked are well kept enough to be sold as commodity for sex, and thus there would be some semblance of care. Now, if that actually is the case or not is questionable. But you could argue it from from a business point of view, that this would be in the interest of the trafficker, and thus some sort of care would ensure more profits. This is, of course, a separation from the real sort of issue of owning. Is this a better situation for the sex trafficked, the abused, than simply living their own sort of life happy and beautiful? Admittedly, no, it's not a better position to be in. But, arguably, this stems from a larger problem, which could be a side effect of so, and thus an answer to so. The answer being the aforementioned potential care over a potential death scenario. Now, of course, I don't know if the traffickers are the one to ultimatum that sort of conundrum, but in all likelihood, probably not. A criminal who has the means to control people to such fundamental levels, you would argue would have no need of such means to acquire the things that they wish for, because they would already have the means to achieve so. This is it would be a hobbyist sort of venture, to where in the scenario we're talking, a person who would have this sort of power over another person would not need to do so. So, you could argue that this legwork up to the world that propels him with power is in service or in appeasement to another much greater force. Say, sweatshops in America. There is none. But there are in other countries, and a lot of American companies and English and first world countries utilise this sort of free labour to ensure greater profits. Now, you could argue that's fucking horrendous, because the people who work in these conditions are abused, mistreated, poorly paid, and and all sorts of horribleness to them. They are fundamental slaves. They are sex trafficked in that sort of form. Just different sort of way. Physical damages to them, although not sexual in nature, are still there. And those people are put in those sort of situation because they see themselves no other way of gaining the necessary money, sustenance, things like that, to survive the shithole of a place that they live in. Which, you know, it's not a direct cause, it's not a direct sort of purpose of the horrific sort of sentiment. It is a side effect of so, and thus anybody who is trying to do some good will eventually be squandered and abused and raped themselves if they do not have the authority of violence to ensure some level of basicness, some level of it. A shelf is a shelf so long as it holds something. If it's on the wall, it's on the wall. It's holding up something. It might not be the best shelf. It isn't the best shelf. It's the worst shelf you fucking know. It's drenched in blood, cruelness and god-awfulness, but these inherent things are a tribute to why these things are bad. They are honest in their approach. They do not attempt a different sort of subverting of yourself. They do not tell you that they are not horrific. Now, they might actually do this because they are criminals and thus they are awful, and they will lie to get out of the means to which they have dug themselves into because they are fundamental children. But the inherent nature of awfulness complies and compels goodness in anyone around them. Nobody likes horrificness, and thus somebody somewhere will always try to make life more beautiful for somebody else. The inherent burning casts a wind upon a sail that guides a future to a much brighter scenario. Now, is that actually the case or not? Or is nature going to simply nature, and that a new sort of form of evolution will come to where the slaves become cattle in actual, dehumanized entirely, no longer a person, a sub-person, no person whatsoever, a dog, a horse, a cow. Even these sort of pets have great rights and are looked after entirely in most countries. First world, second world, third world. In most, I don't believe in large, because there's obviously a lot of abuse in the world, but fundamentally speaking, these animals are looked after very well because they are the basis for a person's livelihood. And a person's livelihood supports his family, and everybody around them. In a form or a sense, the butcher shop who I go and I get meat from, he buys his carcasses, to which he butchers, from the farmer who looks after and tends the animals that he raises to slaughter. In that sort of ecosystem, you would argue that removal of the killing of animals and raising of animals is horrific, simply because it is a human who is subject to this, and that is It's not out of the question to be morally fucked, but it's also out of the question to be morally fucked. Because if you do not agree that you or yourself are an animal, and that the system to which is to be is not of a benefit to said animal, then you could reason that you don't have a better answer to the situation. Because it's very easy to say this is bad, but it's entirely worse to say nothing after so. It's easy to say these things are bad. It's hard to give a proper answer. And the care and love that you might find in one place simply cannot be, because the people in that place they grew up like this. They suffered horrificness for generations, and this is the world that they know, and to rob them of it would be like robbing a fisherman of his fishing pole. Yes, they can be taught to do something else, and it would take a very long time for this sort of notion to settle in. And yes, this is entirely possible, but this doesn't remove from the fact that they have survived and will survive doing what it is that they are doing presently, regardless of the awfulness that it is. I would argue that Batman would not be solving the problem, he would be morally masturbating his own sort of high ground, because he does not understand why Bad Thing has any sort of merit based upon an emotional reaction. There you are, mate. The United Kingdom and American alliance is crumbling as we speak. Pettiness runs on the streets. Even though it's pretty sweet, go fuck yourself and meet the reed. Me, my toad, super cold, riding you a toad. Over the fold. Oh, me, my toad, super cold, granting you a wish that you already know. I was asked a question in the conversation that we had about what am I, and I didn't have an answer to that, because I was going to say a theocracist or something like that, or a monarchist or something like that, but actually I'm a tyrant. That's fundamentally it, mate. You. A forward to which one achieves a particular sort of motion concealed in an action of pure physical deterioration. Well, when life correlates into a sublime rhythm, it conjulates into a form unlike its prior forms. And this can come from cooperation, but it also can come about from force, violence. But the violence and force does not have to be malicious in nature. So, what we conceive as a parasite could indeed become a social mutual benefit if the parasite or the host figures out a way to sort of produce a norm that is conducive to this direction. But obviously the distinguishing is that it's mutual exploitation must be enforced, because it comes from exploitation in the first sort of form, and that's actually a very dangerous thing. You have to, if you have been sort of made to be mutually exploitative, then you are in a much more dangerous position to be to go extinct if your environment changes at all. You can see this with flowers and plants, actually. You look at insects and you look at carnivorous sort of plantos, and you see that they actually don't survive very well outside of jungles where there's like billions of trillions of godjillions of buggers everywhere and form. But you go outside of the jungle and you go to, say, merry little England, you get a nice little sort of I don't know what they're called. I guess they're sort of like wild pastures. Wild pastures? Something like so. You understand the term anyway. You find that flowers do indeed rely upon insects, but they also don't. There are hummingbirds, there is the wind, there is many a particular manner to which flowers operate that aren't so sort of tied towards insectoids. Now, does that mean that they are protected for in a form? Not entirely. Does that mean that they have a desire to change this? That's more on point here. If you do not have a fire under your arse, that means that you must survive somehow, then you do not have the grounds to change. However, of course, arguably you could say that the musings of life calming into a sweet little beautiful form dictates that what you are doing is what you need to be doing, and therefore any sort of change, little or great, if it happens, it will happen on its own. Both of these things are correct in its nature, and thus you must sort of decide upon what is necessary in the coming form, I suppose. This is why you are allowed to think for yourself, even when you should not. You. My go-to Gutta Baba. Well, it depends if you're talking about me going out and buying something, or me getting a little snack, or me cooking. Oh, excuse me. If I was to go out for a little snack, I go across the street from me, and I would go across the street from me, and I would pick up some cheesily chips and lasagna, maybe. I used to get morning burritos, but the place closed down and they reopened with somebody else, and it's completely different. It sucks now. But okay, so if I was to cook, it depends what I've got, really. If I have like a full sort of fridge with lots of beautifulness, then we're looking at various forms of slop. Right now I've got potato and lamb, which is like an invention sprung from my dirty chippies. Essentially, potato and lamb boiled in like a pot with mushroom, garlic, honey, rosemary, nutmeg, paprika, black pepper. And it was just sort of cut potatoes boiled in a pot. The lamb had like sage on it, I think. Yeah, but other than that, that's it, mate. Beautiful. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. Oh, and I mix some eggs and I pour some eggs in. So it's got eggs in. Oh. And then how much of that I eat, whatever's left over I use to cook the next meal with. And I do that until I'm out of food. And then I go and get sausage rolls, and I sustain myself on pies and sausage rolls from the butchers, because they do that sort of thing. And I would get like, I would go out to the store in front of me for food, but they've locked their doors and they're now exclusively online shop, which sucks ass. The moment somebody talks to me like they are trying to make me trying to make me understand them in like a very sort of using words that sound like they're commonly used for the situation they're describing, or thing, or what have you. I had this bloke talk to me about like synchronicities of his grandma, and he had like a box of items of his grandma, and it was all very old, lovely items. And he had like these two statues that he just sort of like, he put one into a tree and he has the other. And he had coffee that he drank while trying to summon his grandma's ghost, and a cactus leaked like dirty water. It looked like the coffee. And it, I was just sitting there like, I mean, my own experience of this sort of thing was very much oh, excuse me. Very much, I channeled my ex-dead lover on the stairway, and I saw him because I wanted to see him. But his ghost was there, and his presence was there. I didn't need any other sort of crap to do that with. I just simply felt it, and it was there. So if that's basically what he did, but to a greater extent, and he's just using every sort of little thing to like confirm it, sure, but it didn't feel like I believed him at all. Anything he said was just kind of performance. Like, he took a picture of himself in the tree with the two statues. If this was like a private thing, why would you? Man, I gotta tell the boys about this. I mean, maybe people like that. Maybe I would as well. No, I got you to believe. I got you to believe. I don't know, mate. I just, that's a recent example, at the very least. Absolutely so.
Mads, throw him into the contraption and force him to do the crane game. Yeah.
Dreams are feelings, Mato, and understanding the dream is understanding these feelings, and so yes, they do have meaning. 90% of them are just you yourself feeling yourself, or you yourself feeling your bed, or you yourself feeling a feeling. So if you bring a feeling into a dream, you can sort of like explore yourself and understand yourself quite beautifully. Absolutely so. This is why a lot of dreams are very sort of familiar. Without being so, you know. If you tell me about your dream, I could possibly assert you a sort of my own understanding, if you'd like. But, you know, please fine within upon so, absolutely so. I don't really know why you're sort of like personifying a body of people has a direct sort of influence on a particulate, I suppose, but I don't really know if you're actually sort of squandering what I'm pondering to be. Essentially, if you do something wrong, right, and you know you've done something wrong, but you wish to cover it up, something like a child would do, who would, if you smashed the window and, you know, you didn't want to get in trouble, so you would lie about it, essentially. In the ballpark, that sort of thing. And of course this applies to like a different sort of direction of where you break a window but somebody else doesn't want you to get in trouble, so they lie about you, kind of a sort of deal. The destruction of honesty removes that's the sort of like connotation of it, Mio. The destruction of honesty. Quite frankly. Actually, I think killing is good. What quote-unquote makes it bad is denying anyone for you to judge your action, basically. The moment you prevent somebody from forming their own sort of opinion, an honest opinion that comes solely from them, that's when things are bad. But yeah, no, if you kill somebody and you're like, no, that was a good thing, that was a good thing, that was a good thing, that was a good thing. That's the evil, Neil. That's the badness. Peas in your pee, ensuring the complete eradication of your pee, and thus subverting your pee to be never more but oh me.
Yeah. Woo hoo hoo, hee hee hee, woo hoo hoo.
There in hunger, the first chemical is you can make it as hard as you like, and there are things that will deliberately fuck you up. You can do an option that makes you weaker overall, but gives you more things to do. So, but the main problem with it, in like any sort of in any kind of playthrough of it, is actually like the coin flip on like the RNG coin flips on fucking finding stuff and gear. So essentially you everything you need, this is everything you need to actually beat the fucking game. It comes from these goddamn coin flips. Because you need to get the coin flips to get like these stones to like, when you level up your character, these are what you use to level up with. You get these stones from these coin flips that you have to get from like finding or getting from enemies and such. So you look around for these fucking coins to flip, to look for things, to get stones to level up your character. But you have to find like an enemy to kill that's easy enough for you to kill, depending on your character, of course. I went for the necromancer who killed the sister to get further dark powers, and that was like it's pretty difficult so far, because you also have to like eat and stuff, and you fucking you can spawn like a skeleton that doesn't eat. You can spawn a zombie that eats. You can spawn a ghoul that eats. And if you don't have the food, you kind of like really, really sort of like squander yourself quite easily. So okay, you have to do the RNG to get the thing that you need to like actually get stronger in the game, and then you need to kill an enemy to use the stone on to get the stone to level up your character. But there's no real indication of what's good or not. But that's not like the point, right? You retry all types, and essentially you don't fall into like the gotcha, haha, I'm gonna kill you sort of things. But the barrier of what's easy is actually kind of small, because if you hang around a particular area too long, you get fucking killed, basically. You have to deal with a massive boss, and this happens in any sort of area. Like, there's no place of safety. Excuse me. There's no place of safety. Nowhere to run is very difficult, and you can easily kill yourself. Ooh. No self-kill mental out, mate. So I recommend just running through the game as much as possible, going for every sort of door and such, so you have an understanding of what is where, locational wise, of course, and how to get to certain places and such. And then just doing runs to like get the best sort of RNG you can. So see, you can get this book right in the items slot. You can get this book that teleports you to another goddamn place, and you can die inside this book that you RNG pick up at the start of the fucking game, if you're very lucky, of course. Or you can get like it's just RNG. It's very annoying, and it's RPG Maker, right? It's not like anything wild, so it suffers a lot of the RPG Maker sort of problems in that regard. I mean, if I was to suggest some sort of means to deal with being a fat fucking bitch like I am, you have to just simply understand that there is a healthy weight and there is an unhealthy weight, and fasting kind of allows you, it grants you the means to understand what you need and what you do not need. In my experience being a fat fuck, carb shakes are like the primordial sort of like drive to consumptuate. Essentially, you just need to kill baked goods from your life. Eat meat, good meat, actual meat from butchers, not silicone wrapped crap from the supermarket. Butters, lards. You want to cut out as much veg oils as you want, basically. You want to cut out as much oils as you want, basically. But it's not too bad, to be honest. Like, you're not so much. You're essentially just letting the tank dribble out for a while, so you can like control the flow better, you know. The biggest deconnotator of all this, though, is like accepting yourself and loving yourself. So this is the most important aspect of it, fundamentally. If you can't really love yourself, you're always going to hate yourself. And if you hate yourself, you can never forgive yourself. And if you can never forgive yourself, you're just going to be miserable for no goddamn fucking reason. And like, the way you'll just find excuses to like not like yourself. Essentially, that's all it is. That's just excuses to not like yourself, which is horrific, quite honestly, because you don't. There's no sense in doing that whatsoever. None whatsoever. So please, forgive yourself and accept yourself, mate. Absolutely so.
The eyes absorb many secrets, mate of all, and when they blossom, they all bring about the end of the world.
So the assertion of ugliness and beauty is two entirely separate denotators that are quite entwined with each other. Because, quite frankly, yes, you could argue that being ugly is bad, but this is not true. There are qualities of being ugly that are bad, that you can sink into and like become overwhelmed with. And this assertion comes from being beautiful as well, you know. There's qualities of being beautiful that you can fall into and explode horrifically. It's not so much too much of a denotator of either sort of all. But the interesting sort of distinction of the separation of the two is an ugly person can never be beautiful, but a beautiful person can never be ugly. So this is an interesting point because it means that if you're a beautiful person and you wish to be ugly for, say, self-preservation reasons, for, say, any reason at all that I can't think of because I'm just not beautiful. You can never be ugly. You can never adopt the mannerisms of the ugliness. You can never be truly seen as ugly. You can roll around in filth and wretchedness and be the most horrible you can actually be, but you'll always be beautiful, is the thing about it. And that's why you find like a lot of awfulness being pandered to by beautiful people, because, you know, that's the assertion. On the flip side, being ugly means you'll never be beautiful. Now, you could argue that's a bad thing, but there's quite a lot of benefits to being ugly. For example, being unwanted, unloved, Well, not unloved, but unwanted. Nobody will seek you. You shall have your privacy. As an ugly person, you are more free than a beautiful person, because everybody wants somebody beautiful. Everyone wants to be beautiful. And you're free to do whatever you wish, whatever you want. The world is indeed your oyster, and you can, in that sort of position, shape it to how you wish. You're quite free as an ugly person. Not necessarily to be ugly, but to be whatever you wish to be. This is not true with beautiful people, or at least largely. Finally, the finer denotation of all this is a particular interesting sort of squandary of where, if you consider ugliness to come from the dirt, unnecessary people to come from the dirt, and beautiful people to be flowers, then you can understand that the beauty comes from the dirt. It comes from the soil. And it returns to the soil. This is why flowers sort of are at head level with other flowers, you know? They see themselves on a level of beauty separate from what makes them whole. This is not entirely true, for dirt simply supports beauty, supports a beautiful thing. And if that support ever deems to be abuse in a sense, then the flower will wither away and become one with the dirt once again. And the dirt will always remain, but the dirt, the ugliness, the soil, the filth, will always have the capacity to spout another flower. Always. Even if there's no flowers, there will always be a capacity. So, if you are ugly, you are the nourishment that grows flowers, Mayo. You are kindness in whole. Absolutely so. You.
Mayo, please forgive yourself and accept yourself. Therein there is how you kill the poison bodily, and find within it absolutely so, Mayo. Your troubles don't lie from anything at all. Simply love yourself and do what you need to do so, and you shall find all the things that you wish for, these beautiful and wonderful things that you deserve, because you are beautiful, mateable, shall be yours. Absolutely so. But you must forgive yourself and accept yourself. Forgive yourself for the weight that you carry with you and accept yourself. Absolutely so.
That's quite fucked. That's horrific. He is closing his eyes and forgetting he's about to die. That is not good at all. If he cannot do it, and he's making you do it, but he can't do it himself for whatever reason, it's incredibly selfish. But quite frankly though, I think it's correct to feed the cat until it dies, basically. Regardless of the fact that it's suffering at the moment. It doesn't matter if there's like no chance it's going to recover or anything sort of that. And yes, you are prolonging suffering, which is very cruel and miserable, but the ideal situation is the cat lives as long as it can. But quite frankly, if he's not gonna, like, bear this burden himself, it's not really fair on you, regardless. I know that's the answer you want, is to, like, give him a no and to stop and all that. But, like, there's no moral quandary out of this one, mate-o. You're gonna have to accept the fact that there's just gonna be a lot of suffering and crying. There's no, like, easy band-aid to, like, make your own life easier and make the cat's life easier. Yeah. It's not a good situation at all, mate-o. Absolutely so. I'm wishing you well. Please smile. Absolutely so. Once upon a time, there's a little tank crew with a little tank dude. They drove from halfway across the map into enemy lines, and then exploded. The end. Go to sleep. Mwah. Sorry, liberal. The Lord is in charge. Now. I forgot about the particular sort of directed gay term, batty boy, which is we've got a lot of slurs for faggots in this country. Huffing a fag while having a faggot on this beautiful rainbow day, waiting on a fruitcake to go and pack some fudge later on today. The four of you seem to suffer from a heavy dose of poison bodily. I suggest you forgive yourself and accept yourself. Absolutely so. Mate-o. Whoa. The three of you seem to suffer from the same sort of illness of self-fighting and poison bodily. I would suggest a heavy dose of forgiving yourself and accepting yourself. Absolutely so. Mate-o. My deaths are too strong for you, death seeker. Oh, you should be content with life. Quit fucking around. It's time for gay murder and gay conquest. We can improve the numbers. Better, stronger, more traumatized. Wait. Yes. No. No. No! And even true aristo, enlightened peopleables would moderate both peoples. No! All the time, constantly, absolute moderate. Ooh! Ooh! Sigh. Now I want ribs. Stupid fat-titted Lithuanian bitch. I should die. You are a minor. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Hee-hee-hee. He said the ducky word. The down must be bad. Oh. Yes. Soon my data collection shall be nothing but Draco analytical for Windows, and I shall have a picture of myself that is both wonderful and miraculous within his bizarre form. Yes. First, what you want to do is you want to go to your local pub and get absolutely knocked up, right? Knock it up. You're knocked up, right? Knocked up at your local pub, right? Then you want to go to your FC, your football club. You want to get knocked up, absolutely knocked up at your local football club. your FC knocked up. Ooh! And then you start breaking things. And yelling and being never sober. And then you never actually play football. You just beat up people, right? You find people on the street and you challenge them to a duel. In form of, oi, what the fuck are you looking at, mate? I'm gonna kick your ass in. I'm gonna fuck your ass in. Ooh, too right and proper, mate. Ooh. Have a bit of a rusty. And that's how you become a hooligan in the full form. Quaching, circumcise everything. Nipper na row, nipper na do, nipper na do, bada ba dip boo, nipper dippity boo, boo nippy roo, nipper dipper doo dip boo, boo dip boo. You can get an Eric, my guy. Mate, get shit done. Get shit. You don't understand the context of, like, yeah, congratulations, it's now being utilised for anti-means. The good intentions that might have been there are long since lost any sort of context and are now being used as a propagational means in any other sort of form. You realise this, yeah, Mayo? The thing I said before about your struggles may not be your own, or some sort of malarkey. It can apply to anything. Anything at all. And that you're stupid for getting worked up into shit that doesn't really apply to you at all. Is the fundamental truth of it, matter. The snackjewel of the snackulate is that congratulations, social engineering is not as simple as you were led to believe. Absolutely so. Well, there's also another sort of particular aspect of this to where, like, you sit here and you wonder why you haven't heard of these sort of things, like, long ago, like 30 or 40 years ago, sort of esque. When I was a child, when you were a child, did you hear any sort of nonsense? Like, oh, they stole our land, oh, it's a genocide, oh, you know, these horrific sort of things. You gotta wonder, well, you do more than you gotta wonder, you gotta understand that it's a very commonplace for other people to steal your or other people's grievances to utilise for their own means. So, quite frankly, the whole principle of having these sort of things spout out from nowhere, seemingly from external factors, because it's gotta be, because the people who lived there and said nothing for so long, and participated in the society that they grew up in, surely they were content until something told them that they should not be. That's the particulate of the factor, is you gotta understand that you shouldn't struggle for your own struggles until you are sure that they are indeed your struggles, Neil. This is the quandary of understanding your place, because otherwise you are simply just screaming to dominate. With a poison bodily made, oh, absolutely so. Oh, and to that degree, I wish you Wellingtons, absolutely so. Character assassination is a very sort of simple and easy and effective and the go-to answer for many political folk to, enforce their sort of, like, psychopathic sort of manner, basically.
Delectable.
The truth of the matter is that the poison bodily screams that dominate me, and the man to which it does that is the manner to which it will do that. It's very difficult to process this sort of notion in any sort of like a reasonable fashions, but to simply go through it. It's a very difficult thing, because when it becomes very commonplace to sort of like socially tar and feather, then it becomes socially more acceptable to be so by virtue of being pro-dominant. You create the problem that you wish to make by highlighting, by going fucking ballistic, fucking ballistic with the manner to which you operate. It's very easy to do. It's what we call a wildfire scenario, where it gains a lot of traction very easily, and then completely dies out. Lots of people simply and thusly need to forgive themselves and accept themselves. Absolutely so, mio. Hariperu, hariperu. Yari, yari-o. Absolutely so. Long live the king! Cast ye into the flame! It's quite difficult to understand that the inherent need to like have something when you don't need to have something. It's that's a very sort of common problem of people who are capable. Basically. Well, I mean, there are many religions that are based on the bodily, which is what the queers and the homos and the hypersexuals sort of like worship, since the bodily does. The best one, in my honest opinion, which seems to be what everybody seems to, is the Japanese Shinto, I think, to where they spiritualize the material. Basically, they do the opposite, and they put divine into reality, which is it makes a lot of sense as to why the Japanese are as kind of weird as they are in terms of their religious, not even in terms of their religious, but in terms of their like fundamental understandings of the world, and why like they have a hell of a trouble understanding other people's religion. But it being a very good philosophy, in the religication, a spiritual nation, I would honestly say I'm not quite sure. Because quite frankly, I know the divine is not of the bodily, and I cannot sort of like pretend it is of any sort of nature. Of course, that doesn't really assiduate to my sort of spiritual belief, but there is a lot of deconnotators that can be taken from it that are incredibly applicable. For example, heaven and hell are the same places, and heaven and hell are things you create. These are the principles of life that are fundamentally quite based in reality. Understanding how to make a hell and how to make a heaven is the important aspect of such a thing. But this is like a very basic sort of thing, you know. Not really a high meritism of like basing an entire belief system. I mean, okay, so you look at it like that, and then you look at it on the other end, which is like Satanism, Luciferianism, which is just like anti-Christian, basically. This is of the poison bodily, which is what a lot of queers and homosexuals and hyperactively affectionals sort of do indeed sort of suffer it. You could argue that this period of suffering and misery and awfulness is a very sort of important aspect of learning how not to be so, and killing the poison bodily. But if you strive to actually sort of like ensure that sort of thing, to make it like a particular normality, it is of course I'm talking about making a hell, like making the world an awful place for you and everybody around you, just to sort of exist upon it as like a pure hyper-bodily aspect, not as in like whatever sort of nonsense. But the deconnotation is reducing people into like fodder, into coal, into like dust on the road, whereas you want the opposite of that, really, technically. And of course, if you want somebody to prosper and to thrive and to like survive as like a race, as like a people, you give them like trials upon their people and their shows. You give them suffering to make somebody more endured, and you give pleasure to those that you wish to destroy. The difficult sort of assertion. This is why, heaven and hell are the same sort of aspects. It's just the fundamentals are entirely different. One of the poison bodily and one of the spiritual. Okay, so we get rid of the Eva. We go full Hinduism, right? We go up on the mountain. My worldly body, my worldly possessions don't mean a goddamn thing. Well, I guess it's Buddhism, but, Buddhism, Hinduism, more or less the same sort of nonsense. Don't let anybody let me tell you otherwise. Okay, so you go up to the mountain and you starve to death and you die. And then your spirit goes off into the heavens and then nothing happens because you're dead. Congratulations. That's the true sort of sentiment of that, of like a pure spiritual nature, is you'd want to like disappear and go off and just be beautiful, which is entirely self-destructive in a much more like a beautiful fashion, I would suppose. Much more beautiful. Quite insidious, if you wish to take it as so, and it is a correct sort of assertion as well. The point is the bodily, fundamentally, as like a unique sort of point of view, inherently has no things at all. It's probably the best sort of assertion here. You are a child, you are born, you have no sort of like merits on the world, you have no quandaries of the world. The world exists and you are there, and it is all just sort of a dream, as it were. And then, slowly but surely, you arouse from this slumber, ever more angry at the world, because you want to get your fuck on. Basically, you want to control everything around you. You want to, like, ensure no bad things happen. You want to, like, get the things that you want. This is where the bodily forms. And he loves you, and you love him, because it is yourself, and you are indeed yourself as well, Mito. Absolutely so. And it takes a while to, like, get your fuck off. And to not to want the things that you wish for, and to simply smile and be beautiful, absolutely so. And this is where you either achieve the goals of getting a wife, getting a job, getting a family, getting satisfied in a beautiful sort of manner to which we all deserve, absolutely so. But if you do not get this sort of data, you go ballistic, and that develops the poison bodily, which feeds on the reverberation of negativity to scream at you to dominate. And this is where lots of sort of like adaptations can come into play. Viking, paganism, what they do with these sort of people is they sort of send them out on raids. Essentially, they house like a bunch of like unnecessarily men. This applies to Islamic sort of traditions as well, actually. They garnish a bunch of men who are unnecessary. This is all things we can agree upon ourselves. If you've ever been unnecessary, which I have, the rile them up, send them to war, and if they succeed, they succeed, and if they die, that's a problem off your hands. You know, there's somebody else's corpse. It's no good at all. Absolutely no good. I do not want marauders just simply invading your home because they have no perception of their own. But at the same time, though, it's not an inherently spiritually impure thing, this, because casting yourself upon the stone in a fundamental sort of visceral and raw fashion tampers yourself in the beauties of life, Mio. You must cut out your own heart to see it beat and to feel your own warmth, you know? Well, I mean, in this induction, I kind of like Eastern Orthodoxy in certain aspects. I guess. I don't know too much about it, and I guess that's why I like it too much, because I like Rasputin. I like the weird Christian sex that they had. The other sort of detonation from that would be like Judaism, which is, I don't particularly think is a particularly good thing, since it's communism, and communism sucks because it removes individual out of equation, and that just sort of means majorities and minorities become people of like, I mean, a group of people become an individual, which is like, you're not creating God here, you're just being a twat. Like, wait until we develop our own sort of like crypto hyper forms before those sort of things, like Keon Mato. But personally, it all doesn't matter, because the nonsense comes from a simple standard point is, can you forgive yourself? Simply and thusly. And that is the important sort of question that defines also the premise of religion. Oh, what do you need to forgive yourself? Oh, well, if you're simply in the fact that the fundamentals of both religions are steamingly from people trying to be good, right? Except Muslims do it in sort of a naive manner of if we just keep everybody like a child and prevent them from doing bad stuff like a child would with another child, they would all be good and holy and pure and wonderful and honest and true, and which is not very, it doesn't work in practice, quite frankly. It also works in antithesis of this, against it, sorry. And okay, so the cretins, the Christables, if you understand the philosophy of they're actually fully 12 million% realise that they're shit people, they're awful, they're bad, they're demons, people kiddos, they've done horrific things and they'll continue to do these things. No. They want forgiveness for themselves, and they wish to sort of better themselves. No longer to be themselves, but to forgive themselves, or have God forgive them, or not forgive themselves, have God forgive them. It's a completely separate thing. Have God forgive them of their sins, and so to move on to be decent people, eventually. Which is a bit more admirable, a bit more realistic, but I mean, it's a bit sort of if you aren't in the casket, you're not going to understand what's going on. So it's you set people up to fall just to pick them up again, type of deal. It doesn't it doesn't really help anybody until they need it, and when they need it, it's never too late, but it's a lifetime of wait. So you automatically, systematically, 5 attackingly, cumquatic, adatic, macic, 5 squatic, hive-amatic. Over the moon, Mato. Absolutely so. Thanking you for your kind Wellington. Hurry-haro, hero. Yourself in a beautiful Discord server with a beautiful eagle, and you may ask yourself, well, how did I get here? I don't remember the rest of the fucking song. Frankly speaking, it is... It's not very difficult, quite frankly. It's really not. It is just Lego pieces. The difficulty ascertained post that is when you make your own Lego pieces, which is not so much a ability issue, but rather a fundamental theory issue. If you understand the laws of thermodynamics, making your own sort of Lego pieces is not so much difficult, but not so much complex either. However, the assertion of this is you're working not really against the wave, but with the wave that's 20 million bajillion farther ahead of whatever it is you could watch you and which so I mean squandary of the matter is like, yeah, okay, you're not sitting your ass like 60 further areas, but rebuilding and unbuilding an engine block for like the 20th time today because it keeps on doing a rattling noise that you can't find the problem to. It's physically exhausting. Absolutely so. Ooh. And then, of course, you know, lots of cars nowadays, like electronics, require like an electrical fucking engine designed to fucking you know, do much with, because they have like electric engines. Oh, and then you have the dreaded hybrids, which are like, it's a very difficult time to get into cars, but it's never not going to be a difficult time, because the constant of movement is always like a constant, you know. You proposition yourself to move along the way, you're always moving along the way, everything moves along the way. Quite frankly, there's no reason why you shouldn't go into it. No, absolutely none. None at all.
None whatsoever. You are seeking to be bad because you aren't feeling anything at all at the moment. You are neither good nor bad. You are simply just existing. And this is not a state of being bad at all. Thus, you are okay, mate. Oh, you're beautiful and smiling and everything you wish to be, absolutely so.
I would have to consider it an interesting thing, to be honest, because, to be frank, I'd have to ask you, what kind of white do you want in your ethno state? Because quite frankly, whites are just about as intermixed as blacks are with other blacks. So it's, you know, a fairly sort of like, particularly sort of quandary about like, are you trying to form an idealized white person or toid? And if that's the particular sort of case, what aspects are you looking for? And to that sort of degree, what sort of cluster of people are you looking for? I would presume you'd want like a Germanic sort of base, but quite frankly, I'd argue that like when people talk about Aryan, they talk more about like the Scythians, which is like steptoids from before the great Khan golden hordes, which is a particular sort of interesting denominator, because that's sort of like, are those the Slavics? You're going hyperboreal in your white ethno state there? I don't know, mate. I don't know. Maybe, though, quite frankly, you should consider building a new sort of white race of whatever sort of particularly quandaries you sort of like ascertained upon. I don't know what sort of assertion you'd get from that, but you'd need like either really strong eugenics and breeding program, selective breeding program, to bring out the proper traits of a person, or like a very, very long time it's a very long time of breeding and weeding out undesirable traits. Neither thing can be easily sort of done today, and quite frankly, is such a thing even valuable? Consider the Aboriginals were technically like an ethno-state of their own when they colonised Australia. Well, after they colonised Australia, of course. Because they're a sort of particular sort of sect of islanders, right? Much like the Tasmanians and the Easter Island people. So, but, okay, the connotator of that is like they became so sort of like detached from humanity that they lost their ability to breed, that they were going to become unable to mix with any other sort of people. And this is like an interesting denotator that humans can indeed like mix with other race of people, because this sort of squandering leads to sort of a fornication of like are people like birds in that sort of regards, because a bird can mix with any other sort of bird around the fucking planet, right? That's my understanding at the very least. Like you can have pigeons and doves and what have you, simply because they had the ability to move the entire fucking globe. And so whatever sort of bird actually settled upon an area oh, excuse me, they kind of well, I mean, they either grew in size and became very big and thus lost the ability to fly, like the New Zealand parrot, or like the chicken, who decided upon staying, well, that's assuming they ever had the ability to fly. I'm going to assume they did have the ability to fly, otherwise they wouldn't have wings. That's not so much of a very good quandary, though, because there's a lot of creatures that glide and don't actually fly. But I mean, like, those creatures are like mammals and fish and insects. So, but the quandary there is they sort of like stuck around the bamboo shoots and were like, this shit be whack. No, this shit be bombing, yo. I'm gonna like eat until I explode and then get cultivated my men. Essentially. Which is sort of like a particular sort of denotator in itself, is where like where exactly would you want to build an ethno-state? Because I would presume you'd want to like have everything, right? You want all the good things and all the bad things. That's a very sort of like loose end question in that sort of regard, because you don't really know where everything is, not because everywhere hasn't already been discovered, but rather you don't know the value of something beyond today. So sure, you can like get the best place nowadays, but you don't know if that place is going to be good when your ethno-state actually comes to its full fruition, which would arguably be more important than having the resources in the present. Simply because you might not know how to utilize them correctly, or that's where you want to like solidify yourself. So, I guess a frame of reference would be you would sort of wish to isolate yourself entirely. And if that's a sort of particular you wish to go for, then I would suggest like an environment that is extreme to the point of impossible to travel, to navigate, to sort of survive in. Now, how would you survive in a inhospitable environment? This is another sort of deconnotator that is of interest to note, is that, okay, you go off into the desert, there's nothing for you in the desert. Maybe there's a few flowers. Are you going to breed your white race to eat on these flowers, that cultivate the flowers? Is that going to get you the white men that you wish for? Or are you going to bring your own sort of like your wheats and your brie and your like mummy milker cows to sort of make the cheese and the milk and to like, you know, grant you all the things that make you as you are today? But in the deconnotator of that is, are these the things that keep you in your way today, or will they sort of like grant you into your beauty in the future? Because you will have to cultivate these things as well with you. And that's a particularly sort of dangerous quality as well, because if you say like become a koala in this sort of frame, you breed a cow to eat that only you can eat because you've sort of built yourself upon it. Is that a better position than simply being able to eat everything? You see what I mean? Maybe in a context of that, context, actually I like the context. Context of that is like you would consider you consider making your own sort of like thing to eat, a new wheat, a modern day apple for the modern day man, for the white race, you know. How would you selectively breed the apples to be white fuel? What sort of qualities in them would you go? And therefore, what sort of qualities would you seek from them to have as food? Yeah. Yeah, it's not a sort of simple sort of suggestion. And this is like another sort of deconnotator of like, if you are seeking your own sort of nation, do you bring the information, the knowledge, the forefront, the memory of the old world with you in that sort of context? Because, well, if you're just bringing everything from like your house to your new house, it's gonna be your old house. Oh, excuse me a little bit. It's gonna be your old house. You're gonna do the same things exactly the same. You'll speak English. You'll teach maths. You'll think the same thoughts. Your children will be like this. Their children will be like this, and you won't actually have built another new place. You would have just been like, you're just sort of coping, quite frankly. You're screeching and screaming, "This is America! This is America! It's not England at all! It's America! It's America! It's not England at all!" You know, and this is like, yeah, okay, fair enough. Like, this is your place, and this is what you built, and you've grown, and all that sort of stuff, and you managed well, and yada yada yada. You've got the violence and authority to maintain it, but is it actually good if it's not unique? This is a particular sort of squandary. Are you willing to put up the forefront to be unique? Which is like a very dangerous squandary as well. Because I mean, like, while everybody's developing laser eye beams out of their cock to kill like cyber freaks in other dimensions, you're sitting there with a rock going, how do I make stone? You have to go backwards, you know? In order to undo everything you know. To relearn everything you know in a very sort of natural and organic and self-sustaining way. And to that sort of Frank, you would have to like explode your intelligence by 20 million% in a very small span of space before like you get run over by space Mexicans again. Is it doable? Is it not doable? Not really the question. Is it worth it? Is it not worth it? Not really the question. Do you need to do it? Do you not need to do it? Not really the question. None of these questions are questions. Because it's a bit irrelevant to the fact that the flow will grant you all that you know, mate. And that everything that will come to be will simply be. Absolutely so. Whoa. The front door of my house handle fell off, so I was sort of locked out of my house. After failing to get back into it, of course. So I went down to my parents and spent the night there. Came back only to discover that my key actually did work on the other door that I could have used. But you forgive me for not being around. The deconinator of the self is a reflection of the mind, and the mind is a reflection of the bodily and the spiritual, and thus it is very easy to forget yourself within yourself for yourself. It's not actually a self, but a collection of simply what is you. Absolutely so, mate. Every Peru. Cato, who has the rainbow seemingly projecting from him or blocking the rainbow, is neither nor being gay or preventing the gay. You could argue that the Cato is directing the gay. That he is projecting the gay. He is controlling the gay. He is the apostle of gay. And this is a deconinator of both facets of protection against the gay, defender of the straights, righteous of the pure heterosexual, yes. And also to be a bastion of the gay, to be the champion of the rainbow pride, the light. This is the rhythm of both of these delights in the form of a simple matter of conjunction leading to a true form of beauty. Absolutely so, mate. To be of not. You are both, always and truly, absolutely so. Yes, good fuck you every day. Good fuck you every day. Good fuck you. So I wanna essentially, Mato, if I was in America, I would not turn you down whatsoever. Whatever sort of decolonizer of that you wish to take on. Take it how you will. Smile, for you are beautiful, absolutely so. You. My metamorphosis! He's calling you run through. Bilbo was being a little bit kinder. Ooh. Ew. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I am the bull and my cock is null. I am the bull and your cock is full. I am the bull and your snot comes true. I am the bull and I'm not gonna come after you. Do.
You.
The resolution of beautiful sentiment strikes those in similarity. It is a concept those are believed to garnish through decades, strike a single sort of assertion from. I wonder if culture is for those that are able to achieve, or is it culture that comes from a very sort of closed pool, as it were, and the oceans seep in and destroy it all. You. Update on the cool worm. It kicked my ass with underlining concerns. We'll try again later. Thanking you for your considerations. I don't know if you had any, but I'm thanking you anyway. I had a dream where I was at a hotel theme park sort of extravaganza, and you broke into my hotel theme park extravaganza, and you were threatening to cut off my testicles in the hotel extreme park extravaganza, holding me hostage, cutting my testicles off. Could you promise to me that you'll never seek to do either of these things? Thanking you. I appreciate your kind will. Absolutely so. I wasn't able to fully explain the situation, or at least my situation, to you fully, but I'm perfectly capable of doing so now. So, basically, the reason why I'm not in constant pain anymore is because I actually figured out that my diet was doing a lot of the bullshittery that was causing me issues. Because I would, eat, I'd go to the supermarket, right? Well, no, but I would eat, supermarket beef. And supermarket beef would be, just grinding away at me. Essentially, I started eating much more healthily, and I had a lot more health benefits from it, basically. That's the number one reason why I think I'm not in, a world of pain at the moment. Of course, the medication that I was on, the Icicamax or something like that, did help for a while. And that could be one reason. Another reason is I do a lot of fasting, or I did a lot of fasting, unintentional, sure, but I don't know if that particularly helped towards it, but I felt that that was a healthy thing to do, that helped quite a bit. So essentially, my diet consists of, meat from the butchers, your local butchers, onions, mushrooms, sugar, lots of sugar, tea, cheese, milk, and occasionally fish. Yeah. Potatoes, yes. Or potatoes, yes. Like, cut veg oils out of your diet. Because I think veg oil was the thing that was fucking me up immensely. I don't know what else to say, people. But that's more of like a direct answer for you, instead of just... forgive me for not picking up.
Fuck.
Mate, the lethality of a knife comes from stabbing an artery. And, quite frankly, you're not doing that by throwing a knife at somebody. You're simply not. The fastest I've ever seen anybody die from a knife wound is in the neck. A very big and tall bloke was running after a couple of younger black folk, and they were, you know, obviously the altercation sort of didn't really go anywhere, but there was a single motion the young black folk did to this very tall, very muscular, like quasi-Arabic man, I think he was, and within less than a minute, less than 30 seconds, it was mad, quite frankly, absolutely mad. Less than 30 seconds, he was on the floor, dead, because all the blood went out from him. Now, this was because he was running, heart rate high. He's a big bloke as well, and he didn't realise that he got stabbed in the neck, and you know, in a very sort of bad place. But that's the denominator of knives. They can kill you incredibly quickly, yes, but you have to do it right, and you have to make sure it's correct. Otherwise, you're just gonna get fucking choked out, quite frankly. You have been selected, or have been selected, to participate in our annual bear collection. Go ahead and collect your bears today. Act now and win a free Nintendo 360. You're gay!
Gay boy, 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 gay boy, 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 boy.
It does bring up the position of Haiti as a country, though. The Haitians in Haiti are doing Haiti things. It brings light to that, regardless of if it's incorrect in America or not. It's quite irrelevant. Quite irrelevant to getting Americans to look more at the atrocities happening there, I suppose. I don't know if that's the intention, like, but it's quite irrelevant, really. Brumby, 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 Brumby. Good morning, I say to you, good morning, 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 good morning to you, and yours and you and you. Ooh. Ooh, ah, Chimapoo, come on, do the sickness. Yes, make grilled cheese. That's what we call it in our cool land. The cool boys. Not you. Friendo. More like pretendo. God, I'm so lonely. Obvious jokes. I'm too hip for you. You made apple crisp with the gay crust. Hurry, hurry. One day ye shall find yourself the weight that you carry with you, and on that day I shall offer you the same advice, to forgive yourself and to accept yourself absolutely so made of you. But until then, I simply leave you with a question. Are you even alive, mate? Or do you even live? Do you even? Are you existing within this moment, or? You're an absolute fool if you think redemption is tied to your fucking sensibilities, mate. Quite frankly, that sentiment is god awful, because it implies that you, yourself, will never be forgiven for your own sort of monstrosities that you yourself impose upon you, mate-o. I disagree entirely, and therefore I wish you Wellingtons absolutely so. Please forgive yourself and accept yourself as a row. Yes, Drake, hide your embarrassment with sorry I'm foreign. Maybe you've had like a sort of knock to the head that sort of made you not understand today, or otherwise you've been perfectly understanding every other day, but so you've come crawling back to mommy, eh? Tisk tisk. Okay. Your mother instincts trying to kick in to get me to infantile me. Though your boobies may be lactating, I will not partake upon your motherly kindness. At least not yet, anyway. I do the bites were into you, and you exploded into goo. Wump kink. Enjoy it while you can, lesbians. My misogyny powers are growing, and soon, all jars, you shall be sealed in for eternity. Just like the closet. It's the patriarchy, the desire to keep women down and in their place, and humble to their male superiors. The lesser home you are, the more or less you shall be. Absolutely so. That's okay, bro. Just crawl inside me, bro, and I'll, be a human skin to charm the femboys with, bro. That's okay, bro. Just get inside me, bro. Just go on, bro. Just enter my mouth. Greetings, pleasant. I shall find you this very day to be a very sort of awakeness. I think you'll find every single way. Yay! I think you'll find
He faces your disagree. Ho, 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 ho. They're as long as a tongue, licking a bum. Oh! It's what we like to call in the business a certified yorper. That's a yorper. The best yorper I've ever done see. Yup, that's a yorper. Yup. You shall fear the day the Hodgeable Moor grasps you. Gee willikers, that guy's a faggot. York, I am the oldest man in the room. Ooh, my ancient powers caress all of you. In a super homoerotic way, of course. That's an easy squandary to sort of shorter out of there or middle. Quite thusly. You like what you like, because you like what you like. How silly willy can you billy illy, chilly malili. It would be far superior if the boob surgery line was not there, or the top part was a different sort of colour. Either or, I think it. You definitely have to wear some sort of overcoat or a jacket, in that sort of feeling to sort of separate it. The stretchy. You could particulate with a nice skirt, quite frankly. But I guess it would have to be like very baggy to be matching a nice skirt. So trousers would be beautiful as well. Yes. Please. Would you please? A plague infests your spirit. Ho, ho, ho. Grant you the beauty of eternity. Man, he is a lady. Goink, goink. A crumbia, or a kimbia, or a kimbia, or a crimbia, or a cumbia, or a cumba. Well, it is the place that I currently live. It is the place to which I live. Living is a place to which I live. Don't you know? I too shall talk in the voice mannerisms. Oh, I've got nothing to say though, so fuck you. Huh? What do you mean, big company, big wallet money maker, big money maker, milker, maker? I don't even fucking know where I'm going with this. I realise you're probably just poking fun, but you're doing a little bit of a witch hunting on somebody who probably didn't even think too far of this. Like, yes, it is egregious, but it is not monstrous, as you are making it out to be. I'm pretty sure you have your own examples as to why that is. No, he's not.
he's rightfully not very interested in defending himself against things that he doesn't really need to defend himself against. So I don't know. So please, no sulfurish vitamins. Absolutely so, Mio. Need somebody, won't you need somebody? Please get me somebody. This is a cry for help. Oh, oh.
Boogily, boogily, prepare for the foogily, wishing you wells and dipping your trubily. Ew!
Grief. Eternal. Silence.
Tell your mum that the reason why she shouldn't fucking send money to anybody claiming that they have your dog is because she does not know that if they actually do have your dog, Mail, you don't have any sort of grounding to like ascertain if they really do have Brooke, and sending money to people who claim or so just means you're gonna go fucking broke and you'll never get Brooke back because they might have sold the dog on, quite unfortunately so. So yes, get your mother to knock that shit off pronto, and quite frankly, shoot those fuckers if they ever come on your property. Well, get the police in. This is very important that you ascertain that you calm your mother down and yourself. You make sure that you do not get exploited for the miseries that you are being endured. Please take care of yourself and your mother, absolutely so. You'll have to bear with me a moment for the last dreamicle I once partook in. The flow grants me all that I know, but my dreams have been nothing as of late. I've not been taking care of myself too properly, and hence I've been living fairly awake, unfortunately. It's quite a bit of dreamicles.
Quite a bit of the dreamicles. Quite a bit of the dreamicles I am eating. Sweeties, they are. Blue raspberry licorice sticks, except there's no licorice in them whatsoever. This is pure chemical inside my butthole. Ooh.
But I can't remember the last dream I had. I will eventually remember it, but I can tell you about a different sort of dream that I had. Essentially, we were in the year 12 million, you see, and we were on my little ship of transportation of peoples, and it was packed to the brim of refugees, migrants. They were fleeing their planet being destroyed, but they had done this for forever, so it was nothing new. These were just cargo. However, we landed upon a ship, not a ship, a station. It was a very sort of roundish-esque station. Dilapidated, ancient ruins of a mystic time. We landed, and we are surprised to find that the people that I was transporting found their own people upon this great station that they've lived there. Me, confident that I have delivered them to a place, was happy to leave them there. But the station took a sinister turn, as it was also on the cusp of the conquest of the dementia advertisements in persons. They are people who had a chip planted into their brains that made them into a living advert marketing for canned soups for a company that no longer exists. It exists only in the manner to which these poor possessed people remain. And the manner to which these people are propagated was to harvest normal people for their products. In a most sort of gruesome way. Very, very awful, very nasty. And so, while these people flooded into the scenes, dressed like commercials from a place that we've never seen, even though I know of the commercial, the place, they were old-timey sorts of American Western pioneer-esque. Very vibrant in purples and colours, but horrifically dirty. And utterly insane! So, they chased us. Run to the ship! And so I ran to the ship, and it was packed with sardines with everybody that could fit. But not everybody could fit. And so we left the station after leaving those who understood that everything they once knew had come to an end. Ooh. That was a pretty interesting dream. Gave me a cool idea for my own sort of TV show. That's pretty much exactly like Firefly. But not shit and gay. Okay. My last dream that I had. I was in a room. Typically the notion of being in a room ascertains some sort of like hotel-esque place. You are trying to find yourself a journey, and if you are in this journey you are taken to these sort of places because these are your rest stops. These are where you gather yourself. These are your motions to beholding. So yeah, I shall have another licorice stick, even though they're not licorice sticks. Raspberry, blue, chemical goodness. I ask of you. Of course, the dream was very blue as well. The walls were blue. The light was bright, but also accentuating the blue. Perhaps I was in the ocean. I shall never know. I had achieved something on myself. This was the first actual dream that I had in a very, in a while, not a very long while, but in a while. This was because I managed to drank a Pepsi Max, a bit of a Pepsi Maxims, a Maximilians, the peppers, the Pepsis, the pubes. But you'll have to forgive me because I do not remember anything at all of it. Lamention to say, but if it was important, I would be able to find it. And, quite frankly, could still very well find it if I trust myself. I could regale you in a different sort of dream that I had, that I do remember quite fondly. It was another sort of idea for another TV show. Essentially, this was like a prison. Equivalently, 17th century harbour English town, right? The centre of a black square of a building. A prison, technically, but acting equivalent to a school. Between this town and I, Greenfield, were fence brown. In this school laid ancient gods, ancient forces, ancient beings not discovered, rediscovered, once thwarted, living day to day. Within this school setting, under the principle of the warden, we would get up to no good. I, being the god of nothing, being nothing. I would have no person, no bodily, no form, but I was in a particular friend group who had their forms, had their notions, had their tokens. And during our breaks in the cafeteria, amongst the stonework of black and green, I would slowly come to realise that we were eternal, and eternity was a poison to those who are divine in nature. And the warden of this precinct, of this prison, of this school, was our friend who desperately tried to save us from ourselves by rebirthing us all anew. Because, you see, the adventures we would go on to were that of, would often ended us in our deaths, you see. To save us from ourselves, he reinvented us in machines that eventually consumed him as well. He disappeared. Everyone disappeared. Except for the town that was built around the place. The humans occupying the area were not humans. They were constructs of notion. They were not people. They were not things. They were hardly existence. But when the dawn of the death of the old world rised, into the future lay myself in a cave after the death of the world, as you would say. Into its birth, I, a much greater shadow of myself, emerged out from the cave to where the warden had his machines, because I was locked into a prison after one of our escapades. And into the future I woken to find tribal cave bands, Ooga Booga, had taken over. But they had not taken over. They had simply occupied what remained. And what remained was a beautiful jungle of life that flourished. And in the faces of the people that I saw were aspects of the people that I once knew. They were beautiful. I, of course, wept for my friends, but my friends were still here. Beautiful. And then I went back into the cave, and the cave moved forwards, and then I realised that the people who I once met did not remain, but new people instead came about. The same sort of people who I once knew, but different. Absolutely so. I attribute this to the warden's success into granting eternity to my friends. Absolutely so. And this was the end of the dream. Clap, clap. 5-star rating on Yelp. I am also drinking a cup of tea. I've had 2 cups of tea. I'm drinking a lot of tea to sort of help my guts, because I kind of it's not very good. I know the particular sort of dream that's like of a true sort of spiritual nature, though. A bit long ago now, but still very sort of profound, was I was on a black train. It was dark internal, but the lights were the windows, and from the windows I saw a beautiful plain, this plain of greenery, lush, moss-esque grass covering lumpy hills, unbroken, and into the skies, of course, hovering over these fields. And not too far away from me was a grand mist, the mist of upon a mountain, upon the morning, into another world, essentially. And on this train I had my mother and my sister, and I was sitting there. The most irate I could have ever been in my entire fucking existence. Pissed off Spider-Rouge. Absolutely so. Just sort of foaming and seething at everything and anything. And I looked out of the window. Saw a grand kraken of rot. Just pulsating colours of stagnation and mold and carrion and corpse. He had captured a ship, a 14th century cargo ship, and he was shaking it, of course, shaking the cargo out of it. But he also looked to me after I looked to him, and he waved to me. This creature wished me well, and I did not understood. But I understood this now. And into the dream, the train crashed into the ocean after it twisted. And then the last thing that I dreamt was profoundly swearing at my stupid fucking sister for being a dumb bitch. For crashing the train. And then I woke up. Free dreamicals that you can have and to partake upon. Wishing you well. Please tell me of your own dreamicals, and I shall ponder them as well. Absolutely so. I still can't remember the last dream I had, though. That's going to take a while. Ooh, ooh, big bitches, ooh, ooh, big booty bitches, yeah. Shake that ass, bitch. Oh, yeah. Those booty ass bitches. Recitation of my within mint and my dreams is quite simple, mate. I do not wish to lay claimant of my own sort of works, for it is within mint, and within mint is within. Absolutely so. And the proposition of why I drew within mint is to preach in another form. Thus, I cannot lay claimant of it, because I am seeking a claim to be reborn, you know. However, if you simply wish for an identifier, I do not mind this sort of thing. So I can't... So, if I was to tell you how to identify it, I believe this would be doubling back to claimage of so. So, if you want a suggestion, then it's quite simply, you can use this picture, just sort of like sticker it, or excuse me, which one? Yes. This is yes. Essentially my avatar. You can use that as an indicator. This is correct in my approach. You can utilize it as a sticker, you can do whatever you like with it. I actually highly suggest you just sort of say no and do your own thing. Stick your own sort of words onto it and grasp your own sort of flow. Absolutely so, Mito. This is what I'll say. Thanking you for your kind wintings. I appreciate your beauty. Absolutely so.
Everybody's stupid but me. I'm biggest masculinity boy ever. Masculinity boy. I'm the biggest masculinity boy. Yes, yes. I like blood and metal. I would never do drugs or eat TV dinners. What even is a TV anyway? I don't know. Must be gay and retarded. 'Cause I'm a big boy. You got yourself a cob on that hammer, Mayo. Actually, it's not that funny. Take it off right this instant. You naughty boy. Worcestershire sauce in it, though. You got your onion, you got your egg, you got your rugged ice, you got your oregano, your kosher salt, extra virgin your version olive oil, ground turkey, garlic bread, no bread, pasta is the bread. Worcestershire sauce. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. The benefit of this, if you wish to sort of like seek it, is your answers shall come to you. If you are truly deserving of it, I guess. That's a wretched thing to say, I do apologise, but, you know, that is the fundamental of it, is if the flow grants you all that you know, then you shall find your way, and you shall find it that it shall come your way. Absolutely so. The principle of the matter is that you allow it to so. This is not like tossing your dreams and hopes and miseries away, but understanding that you are indeed beautiful. Absolutely so. So smile. Please read this. Yo.
This might be the worst possible answer for you, but perhaps you could. Have you have you considered trying nothing? I know that's what that sounds like, but that is. It makes me feel bad. Makes me feel bad saying that, but it is a correct sort of approach when always lead to nothing. Then attempting nothing in the first place could be the solution you wish to seek. But of course, nothing is not good enough. It's never good enough. I'm sure you've attempted all sorts of mannerisms and such, and all the surface level shit, but the the brutally honest sort of answer is the only thing that you can possibly do is possibly nothing. So this is what I suggest, Mabel. I lament it, but accepting it and being okay with it is more important than not doing so. Absolutely so. The people who abuse you, who put meth in your plate in the first fucking place, who put Ritalin in your place in the first fucking place, who removed your ability to focus and concentrate in the first fucking place. These are your abusers, mate. You can argue that it was your fault for falling into it, but you can accept both the blames. You can accept your own faults in this, and you can accept their fault into this. You are not alone in your prosecution, quite frankly. You are a victim of those who wish to... You are a victim of the poison bodily meatable. Absolutely so. Absolutely so. The shadow creatures that seek to put soul parasites within to you have achieved so, and there was only finding within left for you to do, Mio. And the manner to which you address yourself, I believe that you seem like you're content within your life and within your world and all that. So, I am happy for you, mate. Absolutely so. Please smile and live beautiful. Absolutely so. I know that you probably got me muted and blocked and all that. I'm probably coming off as like a little strange little loser trying to nestle up to people, like a little child trying to gain the attentions, but I like the people here. You're all beautiful. I don't know if you allow me to understand, but I shall claim to do so. Absolutely so. The way that I reconcile with being a moocher, a dirty money grubbing social care grub, is essentially the government is paying you for what it's essentially done to you. It's not your fault that you have been like this, it is your environment's fault that you have been like this, and your environment's fault is largely dictated by the greatest force that's applicable to it, and this is typically just various sort of governing bodies. Society has done this to you, so society's gotta pay, and this is what society is paying you. It's paying you to be a cripple so that it can propagate itself in its own sort of form. It's not mutual parasitical nature, it is not a parasitical nature, it is a dark ploy to like enslave a particular sort of people into a particular sort of mannerism through path of least resisting a broken and beaten people, basically. So long as you understand that you are being exploited by this sort of manner, your agency is being robbed from you. You are essentially a ticket to a means for people who live nowhere near you, who have no connection to you, who have no care for all, to change and alter the world around you to their sort of benefits. Then we can understand that eventually you can utilize all of these things to make your own way, be free of yourself and the world and the bollocks around it, and smile and live beautifully, absolutely so. And until then, it is perfectly adequate to live the way that you should do. And the way that you should do is to simply smile and live beautifully, absolutely so. Because there's nothing else that you really need to do other than consume the corpse of God and the great God anew, absolutely so. Yep. So please don't lament yourself. You deserve your happiness. Absolutely so.
Oh, we're doing this again, are we? Forever doomed to never speak to four numbers again. Because I must... pander to you in a selfish manner. No.
Smile and live beautifully, for you are beautiful, absolutely so. Those of the poison bottle scream to dominate me. Absolutely so. He is self-fighting. Absolutely so, Mio. Please do not allow yourself to become as so. Absolutely so. Oh, badgering, are we? Well, you're a cooning for a bruising, I'll think you'll say. You are opossuming the situation. Why don't you badger around and find out? No, I'm absolutely flabbergasted at this. This is like primarily disturbing on a fundamental level. The primordial soups cringes at your sheer audacity to articulate your thoughts. Just cease at once. Cease! Okay, so, first of all, God tier. You have one thing in there that is reasonably correct. Reasonably. One. Everything else in that tier is mid at best. Right? Mid at best. Go fuck yourself. Now you could argue Jammy Dodgers is a top tier, and I could accept that. But fucking Chucky Digestives, fuck off. Hobnobs, No, hang on. Caramelized digestives. God tier. Is that salt caramel? I don't remember. I don't care. It's not a god tier. Fuck you. It's the rich tea, isn't it? Rich tea top tier? No, rich tea is a mid tier. Quite frankly. The shortcake. That's a contender for a top tier, quite frankly. Quite a contender for a top tier. But god tier, I don't mean top tier. But it being in top tier is pretty reasonable. The fucking Matty butter biscuits are god tier though. What the fuck is that doing in top? That's god tier. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. The nice biscuits, low tier. They have it in the name. They have it in the name that they're nice and they are good. They're top tier. Fuck you. Wafers being mid tier is acceptable. I agree with that. Custard creams being mid tiers, I can also accept. Bourbons being bottom tier. Are you mentally dilapidated? Are you systematically corrupt? Are you fundamentally, groundbreakingly just rotten at the core? What the fuck are you on about? Whatever. Right. Fingers mid tier? No, they're low tier. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. I forget what they're called, but that looks like a chocolate thing in the mid tier with a picky thing. I've had those before. They're quite nice. Mid tier. Okay, I can accept this. Penguins. You pick up a fucking penguin. You stick it in your bum. It's a top tier, not a mid tier. Fuck you. Okay. The gingerbread fucking shite. Bottom tier. If you like ginger, even in the remotest sort of part in the world, you are an insane person who has no idea of the principles of like how it could possibly be good. Go fuck yourself. Maryland's reasonable, low tier. Not too amazing, not too bad. I could accept the mid tier on that one, but low tier is acceptable. Hobnobs, low tier. No, fuck you. Mid tier, go fuck yourself. How dare you? Okay. Oreos, bottom tier. I know, that's a low tier meal. It's a low tier meal. It's not as bad as you claim. It's the biscuits is not so good on it, I regret, but the cream of the crust inside of it is very nice. It is low tier. Go fuck yourself. The biggest sin of this entire tier, the biggest, the sugar biscuits, bottom tier there. What are you on about? What are you on about? Oh, what are you on about? 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 That is mid tier, not bottom tier. That's mid. What are you on about? Oh, and of course, you know, the fig biscuit malarkey in top tier. That's a bottom tier. Go fuck yourself. Fundamentally. It is once again time for me to disperse myself into the atmosphere and grant all that I know forevermore inside the grimicle of the flow. Absolutely so, mato. Of course, naturally and understandably and reasonably and, entitledly, I demand you all, write at least... No, not write. Record yourself,
telling me how much you love me. Yes, do this now. Do this now. Or whatever. I don't mind. Or don't. Or do. Right now. Do. My idealized sort of notion is I first go out and get food for the week. And in this sort of bartering of hunting, I get myself some cheesy chips and burrito or something like that. And then I go and get my food myself. I'd get some sausage rolls and pies and scotch eggs and things for tomorrow morning, but for the in and out of shaking it about, when I finally do decide to cook something for myself, it's a lot of meat, a lot of onion, a lot of rice, a lot of mushroom, a lot of water, and whatever manner to which way I can combine these things into a beautiful notion. Of course, I sort of run out of food occasionally, or just don't fancy eating because I'm far too lonely. I go out and get a butt-ton load of junk food because I need a kick in the nuts in like a entire bodily fashion to like understand that I'm still alive, that I'm pure of mind and bodily, I guess, in a fundamental sense. Every other day, every other which way, it's tea, cup of tea, in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. Oh, niblets, biscuits, brekkies though. At the current moment, I've settled upon muffins, crumpets, bagels. Although I don't really want the bagels. But the crumpets are the pinnacle of the breakfast motion. I sort of stopped having toast in the morning, stopped having cereal in the morning. Of course, occasionally I drink. This is very important, very important. I drink alky pops, I guess, at least once a week, roughly, depending with me meal. It is typically something of a fruity-esque nature, though I'll have like VK Iron Brew. These things are very important. Absolutely so. Probably even more so. I could probably survive off of Coca-Cola. But like, you know, you mix that up and you apply alcohol and it's just that much bull. Ish. And everything else is a free treat. But the main thing is fasting a lot. I inadvertently fast because I'm up all night and I'm sleeping for the day. I inadvertently get far too full, become bloated and awful and terrible and wretched by eating too much. The constant struggle of a man pooping and a man refusing to poop is real. Sir, please, sir, Sir, you've dropped your crown. You've dropped your crown, sir. You have dropped your crown. Would you put it back on? Do it now. Or I'll have you arrested for littering, you fucking clown. Don't be so pleasant if you want to be present for your grand election of councilmen of Republic of Norway.
Peasant?
If you buy the peasants an inch, they shall take a mile. Ooh. You do get really angry at like every little thing I can only assume you're just used to being angry at things, Mio. Like you're constantly in a battle for something or another, and it's just, I realise you are suffering of sorts, but I don't understand why you add suffering to your suffering. Yes, pass the pie. I'll take a little bit of self-hatred, and I'll take a little bit of other hatred, and I'll combine it into a beautiful pasta maker. Mamma mia. I don't know. I don't think you hate yourself, Mato. I don't think you hate anything else. I think you're just largely in pain for some particular reason, and you lash out to everybody around you. That signifies such offence that lets you do so. I wish you well, mate. Well, absolutely so. Please smile, for you are beautiful. Nickelodeon. In the shape of Epstein's Island. The courts have decided we really like numbers. Numerical nonsense is beautiful. Oh. Or I guess not. Ka-choo! Chicken nuggets. They're delicious with rice. Chicken nuggets. Dipped up in rice. Chicken nuggets. Won't you try the rice chicken nuggets? Ow, I'll have a bite. Yo. Bite ye tongue, knave, it is called being happy. For a momentary sway, you numerical mutt, I would perhaps say. What you talking about? Elon Musk is not a husky mushky. Ew. How very unmusky. Unlusky. Five lusky. Hoopa trusky. Hoopa doopa. I don't know what I'm talking about, but you shall die. You're missing out the very, very, very adequate definer of your approximation there, mate. Those who become refined in their environment become binded to their environment. They are competent, graceful, beautiful giants, but as soon as you introduce a new sort of environment to them, they'll fucking die. So, your denunciator of, we'll have our best and brightest be the best and brightest, and everybody else will just fucking die, is very anti-nature, because in nature, those that die of these natural selections you ascertain are they're the ones who are building
or removing the resistance of harder places, basically. If you do not understand this sort of connotator, you're kind of speaking gibberish, mateo. So, what's better for a population of Aryan Chads is to have a population of genetically unnecessary men who can be free to forge a path ahead into new areas, because if they die, they die. If they don't die, then they don't die, and everybody else can benefit. That is the connotation. Don't strangle yourself. Well, are you talking about lemonade from scratch? Or are you talking about like, I go down to the store, I pick up some lemonade, the type of deal? Because we have something called dilute, but you don't really have. No, it's just lemonade, mate. It's just lemonade at the store. You can get it all sorts of different sorts. I personally like lime. I prefer lime cordial, which is also a sort of diluted. Yeah, cordial. You've been cordially invited to get slapped in the face, yo. Though to make it from scratch, I imagine it would be the same as over in America, quite frankly. There's no real different manner to squeeze a lemon. There are like, you do like lemon tarts and that's all malarkey. And you do like could preserve lemons, I suppose. Suppose you could. But I haven't really heard anything of that. You take a bit, you do that for fruits though, but not like a lemon two. So I guess I hope that helps. Winky face. What other plague upon this land consumptuates the snailum of the ground? I ask of you. Well, I mean, an Englishman abroad, but shut up.
I smoked crystal meth with Lucifer once, and he told me to hit you up and, whoosh! If you catch my drift, baby. Yeah. You're gonna make those beans raw. For twists. Sumner, recipe for beans on toast. Chapter 1. The toasting. Acquire thyself exactly 3 slices of your favourite bready pies. I would suggest to you a nice humble tiger bread. Or you could
make yourself a particulate brown bread. Crumpets can suffice for this as well. The bread matters. The bread is pure. The bread is legitimate to the structure of nature that defines aptitude. And the aptitude is very important, don't you know, don't you know, don't you know, don't you know. So, build your bread. Bread your build. Chapter 2.
Butter. Would you know when you think of butter, brother?
Refine thyself a liquid cheese and liquid butter formulations. Do not partake upon yourself a vegetable margarine butter. Get yourself pure, visceral, additional, absolutely equitable, beautiful, butterful blue. Combine with the cheesuals. Zorb the cheesuals. The cheesuals must be of a cheddar variety, though it doesn't particularly matter so long as it's good. Stab into the cheesual butter formulae with a nice, visceral of a garlic. Particulars of how many garlics you wish to consume, it is up to you. Personally, 1 or 2 cloves, good, but you can get away with a lot more. Finally, you could dollop a little bit of olive oil, just a little bit. Make sure it's local and not fake. If it's in a supermarket and it comes from another place, it's probably fake, so get something that's potentially local, or, be content with the fact that you are getting japed. Right. Chapter 3.
The beans.
Yims has options. You can be a dirty college student in loans, grasping for air in every sort of which gallons, or you can make the beans the old-fashioned way, and sorry, I just went quiet there for no particular reason. Anyway, you can make the beans the old-fashioned way and put tomato sauce. Well. You can make your own tomato sauce, I suppose, but I guess it's really how much you want to articulate the sort of form. Personally, my suggestion to you would be to do a BBQ-esque. That's actually a WBC-esque sauce, dripping with Aryan goodness. So, what you do in this sort of scenario is you start off, you get a can of just sort of tomato puree. If you wish, of course, you could actually do that sort of malaki yourself, but you'd have to get tomatillos. And getting good tomatillos is probably not so easy, because a lot of tomatillos are bred to sort of be thick and resistant to poisons, and thus are horrific flesh monsters of monstrosity. So I do recommend just getting a tin of something good. What you do, you got your good tin of something good. You put it in a pan. Yes, a pan. You caramate, a lot of brown sugulate into the tomato sauce. You get a lot of, you select yourself a nice fish sauce. You can do a Worcestershire, you can do a teriyaki, you can do a soy if you are a bitch, which I don't think you are. If you're listening to this equipment, you are beautiful and wonderful, absolutely so. Anybody not listening is a bitch though, and you could call them a bitch to their face if you wish. But no, you get that. You sort of, where. A molasses would work as well. You could also suffice both of these things for simple maple. In fact, that's probably the most spiritually pure direction you would go. You would get a lot of maple, and you would maple that tomato sauce good and proper. Absolutely so. Then you onionate. You redefine the term onion by chopping it into a whole and then blending that fucking chop into like a paste, and then blending that paste inside the tomato sauce of your concoctionation. You do that, you mix, you stir, black peppers, quite a bit of black pepper. Then you have yourself smoked paprika, if you wish. I do wish, so you're gonna do it. And then oregano herb. And this will be the sauce of your sauce. Next up is the beans. Mean beans, shindelines. You could honestly just use kidney beans, quite frankly. I suggest kidney beans because I like kidney beans. You pour yourself your kidney beans into this concoction, and you make sure that it is cooked for a very long time. As long as you like, slowly, beautifully, into some sort of like pot or pan or however you like. But it has to be done. It must be done. And then you take your bread, you take your butter, you take your newly acquired sauce, you will. You combine none of those yet, because you want to toast your bread. Just a little bit, of course. Just a little bit, of course. The gourmet in me suggests for you to do it in a grill under the hob. But you could just simply toast this mother, absolutely sod. If you were going to do it under the grill, you would put your butter and butter cheese, sort of like malarkey, onto so it melts on top of it. Quite a sort of particular woe. Hopefully you do that at a very lowish temperature, so what happens is the bread gets crisp around the molten sort of butter and cheese melange. You do that for the bottom bread, and then you... Well, hang on, I'm getting a little bit hard myself, but you know, once you do that and you're happy sufficed with the amount of cheese and the amount of bread sort of like coupled together, you then apply as much beans and sauce as much as you like into the sandwichating. Absolutely so. You don't even have to sort of sandwichize this border ghoul of succulent light. You could just pour that motherfucker on top of it and microwave some chips if it's not enough for you. But you can also do how you like, and how you like is how you do, because how you do is where you begin to realize where it's all gone in the first place, mateo. Enjoyment.
I could be the wildest dreams of your fantasies, mateable. Oh, but you'll never know. My name is Zuma, and I'm about to tell you what's good, mer. Wait.
Hoo hoo hoo, hoo hoo hoo, yada yada yada, etc. I am Zuma. I pick my nails before I flick my willy. I am Zuma. I dance in the street, and I eat the tarmac in the sheets. I am Zuma. My bunghole has 2 holes. One for the bull and one for the hole. Ooh. I am Zuma. Trying to think of
SpongeBobby boy, I need you to renounce the buggetry. Now.
You have a particular urge to demand a high-level discourse upon the notions you wish to intercourse, but quite frankly, that's anti-intuitive of the course in question. You cannot sort of force yourself into a position where you ascertain another level of awareness, when in reality, as time compresses, delesses, 5 messes, as time goes on, your brain goes dumber rather than dismartables. Quite frankly, if you wish for more of a consistent sort of aspect, what needs to happen is ritual. Ritual course. And maybe a little sacrifice, but I don't really think that's necessary. Definitely ritual, though. You need to ascertain the true sort of sentiment you wish to garnish through a you could say a mantra sort of way, but it's not necessarily factual. Simply construct the active meditation necessary to formulate a beautiful ritual that will awaken the spiritual flow to grant you all that you know, Mayo. Absolutely so. Whoop. The argument about the turtle over the barnacle is quite irrelevant to the fact that you are a human, and you are alive, and you are of nature, and therefore it is your place to make the world how you wish it to be so, regardless of the moral quandaries of is it right or not. That's kind of an irrelevant sort of state of mind, because if you can do something and you are able to do it, then then you are allowed to do it. If you are not able to do something, and you are not willing to do it, then you are not allowed to do something. This is the moral sort of squandary of basicness. You, as a person, exist to consume the corpse of God, to create a God anew. Absolutely so. Thus you are of the earth, thus I am of the world, thus you and me are nature, and of nature we are allowed to contest against nature, because nature is a force that is against nature. To be for nature is to be against nature, for nature needs nature to contort with itself to produce the authority of violence necessary to ensure peaceful solutions to modern day problems. Essentially. And that means you are indeed allowed to dictate the interrelations of others, so long as you are capable of doing so. This applies to me, this applies to you. The only difference is if you are capable of realizing what you need to do. And the answer is actually always and truthfully to understand when you don't need to do anything whatsoever. Absolutely true. You scoundrel! What do I know about mine motherish? Catch you a fish. You I will eat you. Realistic manner to regulate where someone who shouldn't be somewhere goes in a very sort of online formula. Like, we've got no, it has to be a very sort of 1, 2, you either a complete degenerate or you're a complete angel. There's no one way true about it, unfortunately. Unless Discord somehow invents a manner that peers in behind the people who operate it. Same with any sort of computer. This is the nature of just electrical, where you can't enforce something unless you are physically there. And everything else is just cope. So you're gonna have to accept the path of least resistance on a front like this until the path of resistance becomes more easier to navigate. Absolutely so, Will. Fucking Manchester, man, innit? I am what you might call a Geordie, although I did not live in Geordieland basically forever. I was whisked away by my parents and suffered the hands of fate of autism in Derbyshire, more or less. Boarding school for the autisms in Derbyshire, like a good little spastic lad would. I lived in Brummy as well near Brummy, Solihull. Never Manchester. I don't even know Manchester. It's probably a good place. Probably better as a lad than it is today. We're evil maxing now. To the
gold mines full of you. Oh, toil and suffer for my amusement. Pleasant. Yeah, I'll do a little speech, yes. I'll say something stupid like smile and you shall be beautiful. Absolutely so, Will. What if it's not and they do, and you're just upset through your own incompetent souls? It's a very nasty thought. I do not apologize. I think you should smile and just enjoy and have fun. Aroo. Oh wow, your sister has vaginal? That's amazing, mate. This is welcome news. How did you ever find out? Oxfordians. Wow. I would assume so. Anyone southern, fucking southerners and their damnable English mannerisms. I'll have them for breakfast. I would. Alright, chat. No, let's not do that. Please reply to this voice messageable if you actually read these things through your ear holes, or if you read these things through your eye holes. Thanking you in advance. I don't actually need to know, but I'm incredibly lonely. You. It's the essentially the gay take of original sin. It is literally that, the gay take on original sin. Fundamentally speaking, it is incredibly terrible because it doesn't actually address the nature in question. It just sort of explains the steps one takes. The morals of the story are incredibly anti-intuitive, and thus the thing becomes a very good propagator of being an example of why you should not be these things, I guess so. For it is of the poison bodily. It screams to dominate, ever much so. Oh. And if you hurt yourself, you shall never forgive yourself, but you'll always want to scream to dominate. Oh. So you end up as a wretched moist, very much like the whale in The Whale, starring the whale as the whale. Oh. Yep. I liked Brendan Fraser though, quite a bit. Always like that bloke, even if I don't know the bloke. I am the parasite to your social. I shall eat your life before you've even begun it. And you shall forfeit your reproductive rights to me. You. No, mateable, you shall not get around nim self-risk kilminto laws by sacrificing yourself to a suicidal form. That is not allowed. Absolutely so. It's mating season for anybody white. It's a legitimate answer. They ban numbers, and you're laughing. Look at how they massacred my boy. Oh. God. Okay, not so good. How could you? You're curing a drought with building a reservoir. Ah.
Yes, mateable. I've also eaten a full meal and then gone deaf with the blood rushing to my head, been dizzy, and then vomited all up in a completely intact manner, and then been like 2000% okay. But, you know, there's all sorts of squanderies about that. I've also eaten a bit of greenery and like been a vomit and fart machine for days.
You're falling apart, matey. You're dying at the waistlines. You're gonna be crumble when you get here. You're not even dirt, you're the moist. Oh, better have children before it's too late. Steal them. Oh.
The Hodgeable knows no thing. He knows no cruelty, he knows no misery, he knows no awfulness and wretchedness and wild nightmare hellhole supremes. The Hodgeable only knows love, because the Hodgeable is only capable of love. Please love your Hodgeable, and the Hodgeable shall love you. Absolutely so. Whoa. But you are you, and that's the you you'll ever need to be. Oh, calm down, love. Put your feet up and relax for a moment or so. Life isn't falling apart and the world won't blow you. So please smile, for aims are beautiful. Absolutely so.
Everybody left of their own sort of accord, but they'll realise their mistakes and they'll eventually forgive themselves. Absolutely so.
You really can't have it one way, Mayo. That's the thing. You can't have it to where you wish it for yourself and to roleplay yourself into others in that sort of fashion. Just as you cannot, you know, have a 14-year-old girl get exploited by a man. Like, the moral outrage of both fronts here is quite abysmal. Like, in that act that you are saying that men who are sexually abused are not so because you want to be abused? Why do you want to be abused? Because you are worthless? Why are you worthless? Because you have no reason to live? It's not very good logic, mate. Not very good at all. Please, kill the poison bodily and find within mint. Absolutely so. Whoa. You're very pretty yourself, ma'am.
You shut your whore mouth before we all regret what you're about to say. You...
Da-da-da-dee. It's your motherfucking G. Snoop Dogg, da-da-da-dee. Granting you a jibba-jabba-jee. Snoop Dogg. You are here to consume the corpse of God to create God and you. Absolutely so, mateable, hero. You are bowling, you are bull, you have balls, giant testicles. Ha 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 hoo hoo, ya da da dee dee. Bollocks.
But you look so succulent, my dear. I could heat you up. Oh, 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 oh. This is not a joke. This is not a joke. This is not a joke. Run for your life. Run for your life. That's the joke. Silence, knave, or you'll ruin his concentration with your slanderous whimsy.
Indubitably, my grand esteemed fellow. Perhaps we can shorten the endearing, whimsical nickname. Scat. Yes, indubitably. Plant these magical sprinkly beans into the beautiful forest, and ye shall find spike sprinkles from the beautiful forage.
We're kidnapping you in Disneyland!
Because I love you, I truly do. I will not poison your body, selling you blonded or shaman of any kind. Za is the best first quencher, my beautiful delight. Oh.
How can you ensure the cruelty of this beautiful world does not fall upon your loved ones if you do not enforce that world of your own? You say you are helpless to your misery, but you yourself are casting helplessness onto others that you don't wish for. Absolutely so. Without love, why would you spend the energy on hatred? Would you simply not devote to the real enemy of the world? Apathy. I've been mouselying this for a little while now. Essentially, the gist of it is, well, I don't really want to put it like that. I shall put it like this instead. You shall have yourself an understanding, and this understanding is particular. It is understanding to you. So, context in your beautiful world is silent. You proposition something bad as something bad because it says that it is bad to you. But the real understanding of this is the context that is not granted to you. So you see a bunch of chaps standing over there. They are of a particularness that is not a particularness that you know of. So therefore you have no real reason to go over there. You have no real reason not to go over there. But contradictory. What if they present themselves in a manner to which makes you wish that you should not go over there? You see a culture that is not familiar. You do not know how to interact on the basis of simply you could quite easily get yourself into trouble for no particular reason. You do not interact with these blokes. This is common sense and nothing more. You wish no ill well, you see no ill well, but there is the wall. And granted, you can climb over the wall and find yourself a lovely, pleasant garden to flourish in. This is entirely possible. But inject the hidden context. You've heard tales of terribleness from people who are quite similar to this. The wall becomes not so much a blocking of the garden, but a blocking of the storm. Why should I climb over this fence if I'm just gonna get pounced and trenched? This understanding is a lingering poison that further and further reverberations compound upon to become a point where the wall is preventing me from destroying this great evil cursed upon us all. That is the dangers of hidden context, silently never spoken but understood by all. As a roo, as a ree, absolutely so.
Digimon, Digimon monsters are the champions. Digimon monsters are the champions. Change into digital monsters too. Take on the digital world. Digimon, digital monsters, Digimon are the champions. Digimon, Digimon.
There you go. Now you've seen everything you need to know. Why, aye, man. You. I'm desperately trying to alleviate myself. Well, not really alleviate, but I guess alleviate. I don't know. I'm sort of reverberating the feeling of supreme loneliness, I guess, with a deep-seated need to want, but I don't wish to be idle about it. So, yes, I'd like to have a discussion, but I don't know what to really talk about. She's probably just terrified by the whole sort of aspect, and that terror just locking up her desire. Very sort of childlike behaviour indeed, but you know, the sheer dread that forces someone to sort of run away and hide is very much a particular. And she's a grown adult, of course, but just because you're an adult does not mean that you're not also a child, mate.
Don't be so hard on yourself there, matey. It's a banging joke, you know, it's a banging joke. It'll do the numbers on the Twitters and the fortunes back in the day. Oh, have some more faith in yourself. Trust yourself some more, mate. Ooh. Ooh, I'm laughing on the outside as well as the in, but you can't hear it because it's sequenced. Ooh.
I love absolutely everyone, mate. It would be cruel for me to say. It would be cruel for me to say, because I simply cannot find myself captured by the wind, Mio. Well, until I find beauty within walking distance. No, I love everyone, Mio. Absolutely so. Mackie D's Dunnies. Nuggets. Duggables. Dug. Get yourself on down. Oh, won't you take it down to the gay baby jail? Oh, the gay baby jail. Ow. Gay baby jail. We hope you have fun. Do. 'Cause you're on the run. I don't think that rhymes, but here you go. The sentiment you are trying to portray here is fairly correct in my opinion. You cannot be so dismissive of the aspect of monetary gain in the small vernacular, because it's not the access of more money that is the problem. It's spending the money that's the problem. You know, money in, money out, money shake it all about. And so, you know, that is the nature to which I live by. Of course, I get free money from the government because I'm a cripple. Ew. But, you know, I would be waging. I'd be waging, blazing, putting all my bottom dollar into the drawer and never touching it. Essentially. Absolutely so. But the real issue is lending money. Having money being lent to you, so that you can, jump up in the world with a business that is more of your own. That's the squandary, and that is why you're getting the lash back here, is because it's difficult to sort of actuate yourself. And very sort of frustrations to do so. Especially when you're so close and so far. And you think to yourself, every day is the same as you are. But to have this worldview be a self-destructing one is absolutely meaningful and detracting of your beauty. Absolutely so. So, be happy and smile beautifully, for you are beautiful. Absolutely so. So, the Greenland shark used to be classified as a scavenger. It did no harm to nothing unless it could get away with it. It was very slow, very methodical drifter, just sort of passively consuming everything it goes. This was back when it was a lot more colder in the Greenland oceans. But recent years, the waters have heated up, and the Greenland shark has gone from a scavengeur to an apex predator hunting seals that are sleeping in the water. Understand this, and you shall understand the notion of the sexual predator extraordinaire, sequenced in motion. Whew. Sellotape that to your forehead. Biteable. Bible! 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 Get fucked. Evil wolf spider, be like. Have a nice day. You're being incredibly insensitive by demanding she fight the battle that she's already fought, mate, you know? It's okay, you know. It's the correct sort of feeling you should have, but you're just gonna have to wait on it, like everybody else. Wait and hope, and that's the rest of it. But you must allow reality to take its own hold. Ye shall be baked into bread. Oh, and martyrdom for the glory of Allah. Oh. Oh, you like those videos? Well, wouldn't it be a shame if somebody turned you into an animal and shoved you into paints and then put you into a van, huh? Or a lorry? A lorry? Yeah, and then drove off and you were never seen again. You be crumbs, the way you're always in bed. Well, and eating. You desire more by desiring the desire to understand what it is you're even desiring in the first place, mate. You realize the very heart of desire itself, and once you garnish your relish with this particular sauce, you shall find yourself wanting everything that is assured. We have cantaloupes and melon, rose, tomatoes, zucchini, bell peppers, banana peppers, chili peppers, cinderella peppers, combs, squash, strawberries, figgots in their figgity way, those darn figures, blah, 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 strawberries times 2, Berlin sprouts, and herbs growing right now, this very minute, inside me, germinating, viciously mocking the very presence of nature that they quandary all over the place, infesting the nooks with their horrific wants and desires of crazed silliness.
Oh, I'm especially needy for a good deedy. Don't you know? You fuck with. Yes. Don't be so glum on yourself, you know. Go.
The fraudulent goes,
Robertson, your tax return hasn't come home. Oh, they're going to throw you into the yard and make you work for 7 stones. No, absolutely not. That's ridiculous. Don't you know? I always add a secret so that I can tell everybody that there's a secret so that they all know there's a secret. Oh. Won't you find my secrets? They're right there, you know. Get thrilled, you know. Ho 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 ho. Trolling. Boxy be trolling, yo. Ew. What in the fluffum are you saying to me, you little bitch? I'll have you know that I was a Marine in the Army in the Corps of the Nation of the Great Yesterday War.
the vernacular of our and only fans, a slut, is a depending sort of question. Is she producing porn with another person or with herself? If she's just sort of essentially jerking off and filming herself and putting that out there, inviting you to pay and watch it for, and all that, she would be an exhibitionist at most. But in all cases, it is indecent to go out your way to not necessarily do this, to go out your way to promote this sort of thing. However, the article titles her for us in a sort of manning, in a damning sense, yes, which is pretty much a front-loading of the stigma of it, I guess. I don't know what else sort of word to really use. I don't necessarily agree that she should have be twerking y'all, but at the same time I can very much understand that a stupid woman like her would do something like that. It's okay. The Olympics so far have been fucking amazing in all its stupidness.
You. I'm going to eat you. You. Blocking me, princess. That won't do you no good. 'Cause I will block you right back. Ha! Oh yeah? Well, say it, don't spray it, Turbo Ned. Huff, huff.
You, my good sir and/or person and/or thing, are a lactoring of everything.
Ooh. Child wannabes out there, I have one thing to say to you. One thing. Grow the fuck up, you giant piss babies. Ayo. It appears, fine gentlemen, we got ourselves a wise guy. He's gonna have the Jersey concrete shoes. Oh,
the Chicago pacemaker, or the deluxe edition of anime waifus. Me, if I was right now. Me right now. Me right now. As in me right now. I wish I was me right now, you know. So, me right now. We're just two, not me. But if we could be me right now, that'd be so right now. Hey.
Who dares disturb mine whimsical nature?
9 thine cat girly and I, Chad hipster crusader king god crusader king god deny your existence upon me in your Moesque fancy world. Begone, pleasant from my sight and opinions. Ooh! Crunch, 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 munch, munch, slub, slub, drool, drool.
Oh, the West.
Wellingtons, you know what they say. If you grab a Scots cock, you can watch him drop fop.
Well, it looks like you found me out. I'm a Cadobe, and you've been doomed. You have been squingled. Prepare to receive the dingle.
Hey baby, you sleep well with those magnificently crusty eyeballs? Yeah, I bet you do. Have a beautiful day, baby.
Wowzers in your trouser, and wheezes on these nuts. Greetings, pleasant. I am here to formulate your coagulates. Looks like another winning for Bungolando.
You fail.
Grr, you foul American.
Well, at least my government won't exploit coming.
American.
Bong, bong, bong. Do you hear that? Bong, bong, bong. That's the sound of me coming to get you, American. Bong, bong, bong. Drugs are bad. They make you sad. So just be glad you're not on drugs. 'Cause drugs are bad. They make you sad. So just be glad you're not on drugs.
A friend of mine, she was transitioning, probably still is, and took those drugs that make you lactate. She stopped talking to me after I started speaking me gibberish, and I've never seen her since. I miss her quite a bit. Hurry, hurroo, hurroo, hurroo. That's as much as I'm gonna talk about your fucking perversions. Not that I'll abandon you for it. I just, I don't want to be caught up in my own sort of woes, I keep these things to myself, so that's as much as you're not gonna get out of me. Yeah. The bloke killing himself so that he doesn't kill himself is not a very good argument whatsoever. Absolutely so. Please read no self-accusement. Allow me to. It's a cruelty imposed misery, absolutely so. I wish your friend no well. I really do, mate. I hope it's not as bad. No, I trust that it's not as bad that it really is. Absolutely so. You.
Free the mail! 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 Free the mail!
I've been thinking about a little bit of a disco break again. Yes. Yes. Prostabos those in real life and not on a lino. Postos within tea the general. And you shall see what happens, absolute. Hee hee ah ho ah hee hoo hee ah hee hoo ho hee. Waitable. Gotta admit, Mayo, that's the worst folk roll I have ever heard. And that's probably not a correct statement, but I'm gonna go with it anyway, just to dunk on you some more. Relax, take a breather, stand up, sit down, breathe in, breathe out. Let it unfold on its own time, and you'll find yourself. It's go time. Whoa. Yeah, get friggin' wrecked, bro. Yeah, you can't sleep. Oh, it's too warm. It's too warm. Oh, skillish. Get wrecked. Go. Oh, good cretins! Meow. Hi, I'm Chad Watkins, and today on Brainiac we will test will 2,000 puppies blend in this industrial grade military complex industrialization. Let's go. Back in my day you had to wash your CDs, your discs, yes, discs with water. Sometimes, because they would stop reading because they're a piece of crap. Oh. These people aren't, that they just need simple education, and then they are not adults, they are children. And therefore, if you have a child in an adult body committing horrificnesses, you have to blame them for it. It's just the nature of the world. Yeah, it's a good name. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Yeah. It's not mine at all. I stole it like everything else, just as I'll steal you. In the spiritual sense, it is important to kill your mother, absolutely so. Although in your case, I suppose it would be the fatherish. Of course, this is a venture that is done best when you kill the poison bodily. But that is a venture that is only possible if you have a poison bodily. And if you do not have such, then you should not do so. And you should not need to kill any parent at all. Is a row. Absolutely so.
I shall beat you until your ass is blue. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Prepare to be squeezed and make it double. Ooh, ooh. Silly noises. You're one of them chicken nuggets. I clock you from a mile away. Oh. Sardinical munchum shall be had by yims and yums alone. Oh. Praise be unto me the consumption of beauty. Woof. Allow these feelings to flow and accept them, to allow them to go. As a row, absolutely so, you know. Please smile beautifully and cry sorrowful. To fight the bug, you must love the bug. Oh, oh. Ooh. Smoochy, smoochy, kisses. Yuck, yuck, Goofy. Yuck, yuck, Mickey. I killed them all, Mickey. Ooh, ooh, Mickey. Mickey, gosh darn it, Mickey, I slaughtered those fuckers raw. Gosh darn it. Bow wow wow. No, I believe you're wrong, Mio. I clearly know better than you, and thus I am better than you. So, get good, Turbo Nord. Draconical be like, what the, Sklaputny Splisne. That's Polish, right? It's almost like an argument, really. Not an argument, but an ideal? Yes, almost like an ideal. You are propositioning yourself a question. Oh. And formulating the question is the desire to which you... Oh. Sorry, my back's a bit... Oh. To where you produce the energy of journeying, and when you squander this beautiful question, you cast away the question, and in exchange you gain happiness because you've propositioned. I can feel it. I can kneel it. I can just see it. I can see it. But these things aren't. I've invented a new vacuum exchanger to ensure 100% something greater. It's the unfortunate sort of squandery of evolutionary change. Can you be happy with nothing when you wish for something? Can you be happy with something when you wish for nothing? No. In a sense, the dream is very sort of captivating. It's not very good to sort of be beholden to, but it's difficult not to, and it's beautiful to be so. Absolutely so, Mew.
You can be happy with what you have. Absolutely so. You can be happy with what you don't have. Absolutely so. You can forgive yourself for the weight that you carry with you. Absolutely so. You can do all the things that can sow the flow of beauty as a rule. You can do it, mate. I do believe in you. Bacha 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 mushroom bacha 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 mushroom. Ooh, snake. Bacha 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 mushroom. Rabbit, rabbit, rabbit. Am I a frog or am I a fish? This freedom he shall find himself the realization of why he should not do these things imposed to him by the flame reaching out and saying, come this way. You. The bodily loves you, mate. Oh, absolutely so. If you have issues with so, then you are talking about the poison bodily. Absolutely so. To which is also just you wishing the best for you. Absolutely so. Yep. You shall be kind to yourself, and the temperance of your cruel self-destruction shall fade into a visage of true, tranquil beauty. Absolutely so. Mighty. Oh, Happa-do. I'm gonna guess from a half-tell that is not the law, but more so Muslims trying to soft impose their religious beliefs once again. They enjoy doing that because they don't take responsibility for themselves. We are all supremely commendable. Greetings, traveller. I see you are as bootylicious as you can possibly ever be in your societal norms. How can we be evil when we believe within the moment? Oh. Pour liquid boiling oil upon her and shake that booty! Ooh.
Big macho man.
Grockin' your monicles, my beautiful sort of fro. Ezri, you below. Absolutely quanto. Whoop. Niggas be truly grilling 2 whole hot dogules and be saying they're grilling. Unreal. Unreal. Just disgraceful. Just absolutely wretched. Just, what are you doing? Who are you doing it? Why are you doing it? Where are you doing it? How are you doing it? I am rapidly approaching your location. Yep. Yum's a gay penis boy, baby. Yeah. Yeah. misty canny give risibles for risibles. Fuck 'em that we can go. Gatteristibles for gatteristibles. Gulp. So, you found me out. Well, tick. Gulp. I guess this is it then.
Yip.
Don't even.
When you are saying the penguin is real, you are also saying the penguin is fake. Oh, this sort of quandary is a constant to which one fixates upon the notion of reality. As a reason, when it is fake, when it is real, as it matters, or when the thing is a facilitator of what the reality is. Do you know? Do you not know? Or what if the fakeness of its reality stems from the fact that you'll never know? You'll never know. Oh,
Wow, dude, you should totally, make giant badonkadonk physical boobs for, Minecraft. And giant penises, to go with those boobs. Whoa, dudes. Whoa, dude. Don't forget the dump truck.
well, I believe the predicament of such quandaries is that
The real issues is not so much female-only spaces, but rather that the generalization of males to be rapists gives precedent to sort of grantability rather than actually, deals with male rapists. Because, quite frankly, I don't guess that there's much of an attempt to really sort of garner who the rapists are. It just sort of flatlight insinuates essentially all males are rapists, simply for the garner that it is potential, which is quite horse-cocky, quite frankly, horse-cocky, poppycocky, horse-cocky. Wow. Simply and thusly, that defeats solving the issue, which is not really good, because giving women only space and not giving men their own sort of space, it's a bit irrelevant. It's not really solving the issue. It's not really making the issue worse. It's just sort of granting a priority over the other based upon a pretense of violence. Okay, fair enough, rape is based in violence, but again, if you want to solve these sort of things, you need to sort of look at the details of it. So, in order to do that, you'd have to sort of garnish the statistics of who are raping, why they're raping, how they're raping, that sort of quandaries, rather than not doing so. Because quite frankly, the logic about following that is kind of silly. Because, okay, every man is a rapist. therefore you invent a way to, like, prevent men from raping. You castrate all men. Men can no longer rape, they're no longer a threat, so you can get rid of all those female spaces. You can put men everywhere. There's no... Why would you ever be against a man? No, a man can't rape you with something else, they're physically impossible. That sort of thing. So a female-only space sort of implies that the females at fault of this sort of thing. You would go for more of a quandary of, like, an Islamic sort of approach of just covering the woman, denying the woman the rights. Because if a man is incapable of the alleged assault in question, and clearly it's the woman's fault for allowing it in the first place, and thus it doesn't really solve anything. Finding the rapists, leaving the people accountable for the people that are accountable for the people. Understanding spiritual notions of why these things come about. That is more providence than band-aid fucking solutions. And less harmful than band-aid fucking solutions. As there is, absolutely so. Your ideologically, your ideals, your structure, your vision, all that sort of malarkey does not matter. Does not matter. What matters is the character of the people who perform such deeds. And that requires killing the poison bodily. Absolutely so. Well, it doesn't require it, but a true level of understanding of the spiritual is inherently important and thus more relevant than how you wash your car. I mean, this is what I particularly feel. The shooting, as it were, could be actually real, but the reaction to it could be staged. And that's why everybody kind of absolutely awkward, because, you know, you don't really know what you don't really know. Americans seem to be deer in headlight scenario in these sort of situations, which is fair play, because when you see Americans fear, they run, like anybody else. Like I would, possibly. So, so I think it's probably a real event, not by anyone in particular, but like somebody who, you know, and but the reaction to it could be practiced, and they could be like, oh, in the event of you getting shot, we need to practice what you do to look cool, basically. Blingin'. It's perfectly ethical to spiritually moderate what you're describing as children, to not, you know, do that sort of thing because you're correct in your assessment, mate. The quandary of your assessment is actually that you don't particularly get how to help those people deal with themselves in that sort of regard, because no real, because you have to sort of lace it understanding with moderating, otherwise you are just simply straighting up bullyment. However, that's why I say nim self-killment meter as to any sort of joking and non-joking. There are variety to tools, absolutely so, you know. The squandary is kind of difficult because it's so easily to, you know, not take potentially directly. It's very difficult. Very much so. So, when my ex wanted to kill himself, he went off and he found somebody who killed him instead. So, he said life's an oyster, and he went off, and it's all good. Took a very long time, but it's all good, you know. Life is beautiful, and that beauty is all absolutely so, you know. 3-0. Blippity floppity tlippity-loo. You're gonna find yourself slipping into the loo. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho.
Make him fatter! Make him fatter!
Not that funny, but why, yes, I am pissing all by myself, and I am handsome, thank you. Of smiling and understanding would save you from those situations, mate. I realise that you've been roughed around the edges too much, and now it's not really worth putting the effort into it, but it's really not. You're too hard on yourself, I think. You should forgive yourself and accept yourself of the weight that you carry. Absolutely so. Stinky Dutch, get fucked. Stinky Dutch, get fucked. Stinky Dutch. I don't even care for football, but Stinky Dutch, get fucked. Stinky Dutch, get fucked. Stinky Dutch, get fucked. I do have Dutch friends, so Stinky Dutch, get fucked. Come on! Come on! Hello, Mario. I am gay, and I shit and piss all over the place. And it burns, burns, burns like a burning ring of burning at the burn. The burning, burning, burning burns. Burn, 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 burn. Rude, much. That's a bit rude. What the fuck? That's a bit rude, mate. Oh, rude, much. That's a bit rude. What the fuck? You. Oh, Jiminy, what did you say there, young laddo? How have you know that I can't quite understand it, you know? I am eating Cheetos and drinking tea. Absolutely.
dear sons. It's impolite to eat with your mouth full. But it's impolite to scoff at conversation. But it's impolite to scoff at receiving food. So, what we do is we abuse the world and love all that we choose. Absolutely true. Ayosh. Silly voice man does the voice. Have it all, squaddy-boo ba-ba-doo, and yickety-dap-a-doo, do-do-do-do, how-do-we-wee, and all the time it comes from you, the skibbity-boppity-dippity-doo. But you could have it all, my butter-doo-doo-doo, and yada-dee-dee-dee, ba-da-bee-ba-boo-ba-boo. On all time you squirm a worm, do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Hey, boo-boo-boo-boo, yip-yip-yip-yap-yip-you, ah-beep-yip-yip-yip-yip, a-jeep-a-jeep-a-jeep-a-jeep-a-jeep-a-jeep. Yip. 1 million total shut good mornings. 1 million. 1 million. 1 million good mornings. Although it's not good morning here, it's actually like midday. Hello, kind of pizzaristable federal mentables Ibiatia wisham yeams to bacon minery Ibiatia pickery that is beautiful's absolutely so beautiful. Please deliver upon me pepperoni pepperistable pickery and those larger chippies. Absolutely so beautiful. Yeshams, I wishams for the Coca-Cola. Absolutely so mateable. Woo! Prepare yourself for gay baby jail. Gay baby jail. Only for the gay babies in jail. Wow. Seed. Concede. Cryseed. Assassin's Creed. D. He, she, we, was in a different Discordian. And saw the things that I drews and was like, did you drew this? And I was egregious and said, yes, I did drew this. I drews many a things sometimes. Never recently, because I'm a piece of shit, except not really. And thus I was invited to Punished Licky, which I've yet to deduce if I'm required here or not. To which I don't know. But it seems a good place, and I was invited to another place as a result. So,
that's what brings me here. What keeps me here is the everlasting dream of women. That I wish you well, absolutely. So, mateable. All those things are good for you, mateable. I don't know what your diet is, or what you eat, or where you eat it, how you eat it, or all this sort of nonsense, but sugar is good for you, because your brain eats sugar. Coke is good for you, because it, well, what is Coke? It is a form of orange juice, and therefore, your brain needs it. Chocolate is... well, I've heard multiple things, and it is... you can make DMT from chocolate. Two, it is the best, the best thing around. And quite frankly, I agree with both things. However, don't make drugs of it, make deliciousness in your stomach. French fries are French because they're fries. And that's why you should have chips instead, the correct form of potato as a roe. And there's nothing wrong with potato, except for the starch. From what I see and what I know, and what I've been told, and what I pretend to know, and what I like to pretend that I know to make myself feel better about being smart and intelligent. But really, I'm not actually smart and intelligent, so you can ignore everything. Everything but your own intuition. Is that starch is the problem, because your biggest issue is not really what you're eating. It's like how long it sits into your intestines, basically. If it lingers longer than it needs to digest, then that's when heavy metals and carcinogenics and various poisons and mercury and nasty stuff and spiders and triangle creatures and creature triangles eat your insides out, basically. So you want to be able to poop good, and starch kind of makes pooping good not so good. So that's why the Ray-Peat diet suggests you eat carrots, if you believe in that sort of malarkey. Personally, though, it's not so much exercise or diet. It's a combination of how you live your life, to which determines your health. And quite frankly, you need to massively, drastically change how you live to live a beautiful life. So, you're only going to really ever compromise. And these are compromising on what you can get and what you cannot get, basically. Get everything you can locally. Never go through supermarkets for your meats. And keep away from seed oils. Poofters, basically. And you too shall live healthy as you can be, except I don't live healthy as I can be. I'm struggling to eat myself, quite frankly. I've chopped a bit off, put it in the frying pan, and it was quite nice, but now I can't pee straight. No. Please be kind to yourself, and smile. Absolutely so. Hurry-zaroo. Hi, Scott McFarlane here. Are you tired? Are you feeling a bit, well, let's be honest here, lazy? Do you have, like, an aversion to work? Going out, doing things that you don't want to do? You might have gay baby jail syndrome. Call now for more information about gay baby jail syndrome. You too could be suffering life-threatening diseases at gaybabyjail.com/, I like money. Act now, or die in your sleep.
You don't know things, I don't know things. You don't know things, I don't know things. What do you think? I don't know. What do you think? What do you think? I don't know. What you thinks? What you thinks? I don't think.
So,
the acetone notion of what it is to be cruel to be an animal is a particular notion, to be honest. First and foremost, you have to understand what misery is. You have to understand what misery is in its true form. Absolutely so. This is a form of suffering that must be ascertained through action. You must commit upon yourself suffering to understand misery, to which you can morally defined cruelty, essentially. But knowing this, you can say that being cruel is a good thing, because then you'll learn what suffering is. Fucking madness. High level morality is exactly like this. There's no discerning factor between high level morality and low level, at the moment I use the frame evilness, which is not entirely true, but I personally just want my own words for things, but but I mean, like, you know, and that's why low-level evilness defeats high-level good morality, because it morality. I mean, high-level morality, high-level goodness, I suppose. Angelicalism. I need my own terms, but. This is it defeats it because it is simple in nature. It is, you do something, you rob somebody, right? You rob somebody and they feel bad, and they go, "Why did you do that?" And you go, "Well, I don't know." And then, thus, boom, you've defeated high level morality. Essentially, mateable though. Okay, so why, if you impose suffering onto yourself, why is that a good thing? You get stronger from it. In all fashions you get stronger. If you work out, that is a suffering that you impose yourself, and thus the difference is boils down to acceptance and that sort of frame of view, which is its own form of cruelty in itself. Like, you accept that you are a certain way, and therefore you must be a certain way, and therefore you must do a certain thing to achieve a certain way, which is not exactly amazing, but it is somewhat reality, despite the fact that it shouldn't be. Reality should not reality, absolutely. So, okay, more to the finer of the animal, which is what I am. I'm a beast. But also I am not. But also, I am so, absolutely so. So, many people believe that animals are equivalent to children,
that they are innocent creatures who have no sense of anything. I am of this belief as well, but that's only a belief from a domestication sense. Once you domesticate yourself, domesticate each other, domesticate the rats and the mice and the sheep and the cats and the dogs and all things that I want to eat and love. You kind of have to have a sense of innocence towards the understanding of domestications, otherwise you defeat yourself. Entirely so. You are absolutely defeated. Because the difference between the wilderness and society, which is what domestication basically is, society and the wilderness is society is the removal of random acts of cruelty, basically. But in the wild, random acts of cruelty are unavoidable. They are necessary to survival. You have to do whatever it takes, else you will die, and you will die miserably. You will suffer miserably. You will have your loved ones killed. You will have everything taken from you if you do not strive for the best. I agree. So, this is why we can all appreciate society in its base sort of sense. It's the understanding that, like, yeah, this fucking sucks, let's do something better, because we can. Which is, not... It's another way. It is another way, indeed. So, okay. Understanding this, and understanding that cruelty is only a thing in society, and is it a good thing for society? Well, you're always going to have a certain level of it, regardless of how you want it to be. Because society, fundamentally, like all things, requires the authority of violence to achieve. Even if it's in its base form, it requires this, because you still need to kill something to eat, regardless. You can replace everything in your life to be as soft, cushiony, and as heart-stoking and as love-filled and as beautiful as you like, but the fact of the matter is you're going to have to bash in a rabbit's head. Somebody's going to have to bash in a rabbit's head. Somebody's going to have to, like, rip a plant out of the ground. Somebody's going to have to, like, crush a bug. Somebody's going to have to, like, cultivate bacteria in a fermenting tank, boiling various microorganisms alive until they die. It's just, fundamentally, life is consumption. You are here to consume the cups of God and to create God anew, absolutely so. This is why there is no such thing as a non-consumption. So, to that note, you can say that minimizing unnecessary suffering is the ideal situation for a society. And that's an agreeable point of view. You can't really do more than, simply what you need to do. You don't need to go out your way to be more wretched than you simply wish to be. And to that point, you'll find that people that are unnecessarily beyond a stance simply have a narrow perspection to themselves, the world, and everything else, to which is a very sort of animalistic state of being. It's just a very innocent state of being as well. Animal state of being, innocence, basically. You can never blame a child for doing awful things, but you can tell them why it's bad. And hope that they go, oh, I guess I don't want to do that then, essentially. Well, the... Well, that's the thing about it, though. What if you, as a society, to which you yourself are a society, the whole of you as a person, what if you shred yourself entirely of any sort of cruelty and you reduce yourself back into a child? Well, it's quite simply you rob yourself of the tools to survive the wilderness. This is an okay factor if you never ever deal with the wilderness against in any sort of concept. But the notion of a society is temporary at best, fleeting at worst, and very easy to shatter. Very easy to shatter. You just need to deny people their basic human necessities by the system to which governs humans' necessities, essentially. You just need to deny them. You don't need to prevent them, you just need to deny them. So, you know, if you're a homeless bum who can work but refuses to, you're not preventing that person from not working, you are just allowing them to be homeless, basically, in a sense. Preventing them would be the dude wants to work and therefore you go, nah, mate, nah, there's no work for you, nah, go home, yeah. Essentially, you would have to come to the point where the dude needs to commit some level of violence to sustain himself, essentially. Especially if he has moral justifications like, I have a family, I need to feed my family, that sort of malarkey. But the principles of justifications are always simply excuses in those sort of affairs, and never should be taken as such. You know, it's very, very difficult to sort of ascertain, like, somebody who is incapable rather than somebody who is being denied, since it's not a forward sort of prospect. So, how does that relate to animals? I went off on a little tangent there, and I must reformulate. But essentially, it's the same sort of principles in regards to, like, exploitation. It's necessary to survive as a society if you have the things that you need to survive as a society. Therefore, you need an income of people to work. Oh yeah, no, I was doing something else at that point, wasn't I? Yes, basically, you need a necessary... You can see the level of suffering required to keep up the level of suffering denied, right? With this sort of ascertain. There's no real simple way to get rid of it, because if you get rid of it, you will inevitably succumb to it. Regardless of what manner to which you do so, you will eventually succumb to it, because fundamentally speaking, if you kill evil, you remove your defense from evil, and therefore you will happily commit horrific things under a good premise, so long as it is so long as you have no understanding of what evil is. So that's not really an answer. None of these things are answers, basically. Is animal cruelty bad? Well, there's no real concept of it, to be honest. Because you're always going to have it. You can separate the junction, so you could understand like an acceptable level of it, but again, you still roberate yourself of the fundamental underlines of it. The fundamental underlines of it is that it works both ways, since we are indeed animals ourselves. Nim good meal. Nim good. I don't like to see it. I don't enjoy people taking pleasure from horrificness. I don't myself take pleasure from horrificness. I don't wish bad things to bad people. I don't wish bad things to good people. I don't wish... that's not my moral belief at all. A quandary. But I do wonder about the aforementioned of... well, if you have somebody who's a pussyfoot, who's not a psychopath, who can who can't easily do what's necessary to the basic sort of mentalities of things, then that's the death of a lot of people in its form. But to that approach, is there a necessary means of keeping psychopaths, cruel and horrific people, doing cruel and horrific things, to maybe one day keep things okay? That's the quandary. You'd have to position society to a position where it is positionally not at a point where self-sustaining in a grand fashion is of any sort of factor. But that would require a grandiose amount of cruelty to run, basically. You would the best sort of scenario that I could think of, which would be the least cruelest position, would be you grow fucking cells in a laboratory, and then you grow a giant meat creature in a factory that just constantly cuts meat, shaves meat off of it while it grows. And that's kind of unfathomable, because how would you even... You would have to feed it something. It would have to have a mouth to be fed something. What would you feed it? Would you have a giant insect farm to crush up trillions of ants into like a nutritious sort of protein paste that you just inject into the meat slab. Is that not also fucking horrific? Now, there's no reducing cruelty by maximizing efficiency. The best sort of manner is you eat everything. You eat everything equally. Omnivorism is the most spiritually pure manner to be. Because if you eat a bit of everything, you aren't putting too much strain on one thing specifically, and therefore, you know, you don't need to like stranglehold rabbits just to survive yourself. You can have them have a beautiful life, because you can go, yeah, I'd like some rabbit today, I'll have some beef tomorrow. That sort of malarkey. I don't really want to be like, oh, fucked up people are fucked up, just doing awful things to animals, because I'm seeing this sort of shit online. And yeah, okay, it is fucked up, but a lot of people are innocents in their sense, don't really know what the fuck they're doing, and will commit horrific things to understand it in some sense. I don't know. If they continue on to doing this in like an aristocratic sense, to where they fucking drink the blood of 10,000 children, it's for no real reason other than they're a cult. You can't. There's no purpose to it, or at least there's no purpose that I see to which can be so, and therefore, suffer no suffering, mate. Well, suffer no suffering without meaning. Absolutely so. Basically, the fundamental of the matter is, that's all you can really do. Absolutely so. Yip. Oh, your evolutions are masqueraded as normalcies, and because of this they shall be taken as great ventures, beyond to which you put faith in them, you know. There is no revolution without great sacrifice and great determination. And these are things that cannot be achieved through typical norms. So, I appreciate you getting active in your community, I suppose is the frame. I feel as though you are setting yourself up, quite frankly. Mateable. Come this, come that. How about you come the fuck on over and we'll have ourselves a beautiful time. These supposed people, simply mateable, don't wish to be scared to live their life. They want their own sort of way. They want to understand the world. They want their own nation, mate. They want the means to do this. They do not wish to be cowered into the farms to be milked by people who don't care. It's going to be fucking cruel, of course, because nature is inherently so mateable, and they shall understand this by their own hands. And be very important to help them forgive themselves for truly understanding the misery of the natural world. So they can truly see the beauty of it. Absolutely so, mate. I wish well to all. I don't know, mate. I feel a bit bad, but at the same time, I don't know. I'm a bit kerfuffled as to sort of my present sort of state of notion, as it were. I kind of wish to create more, but the method of creation just isn't suitable. There's nothing I can truly aspire to, I suppose. Well, I mean, it's not entirely true. I haven't really done everything. I'm sure there's quite a bit to do. But you can only make a sandwich a certain way, I suppose. You can make that certain way in lots of different ways, but you're still making a sandwich. People are gonna just eat it, you know? I don't know. I'd like to be able to preach better. But at the same time, that's against my beliefs. Absolutely so. I need to sort of crawl into a pond and propagate a culture that's entirely my own. I need me some frog wives. Oh, a ribbit as a rove. I don't know,
Ooh, unlimited free hotspot Wi-Fi internet forbidden. Pay for hotspot. Unlimited high-speed hotspot. High-speed unlimited internet. Pay. Unlimited. Act now.
Number 2, I wish you a beautiful life. Absolutely so, Miko. Absolutely so. The turmoils and suffering you've sort of gone through and go through and will continue to do so, because we're all foolish in these sort of comparisons, but truly sorrowful, and I wish you well. Absolutely so. Absolutely so. But quite frankly, it's not society's fault. It's not society's fault. Oh, none of these people that have egreged upon you are at fault either. It's just not an easy thing to sort of deal with, mateable. They are not you, they are not your life. They don't know you, they don't know your life. They have their own life, where they're also dealing with their own contenders, and quite a bit more, maybe. Or maybe they're not dealing with anything at all, and they see no reason to move at all. Maybe. But that doesn't negate the fact that they do have their own sort of perspection and ongoing and what have yous in their lives. And there's no particular sort of man that's keeping you down. It's just sort of the ever-present Ohegan to the contrary, I suppose. You're not correct. You're not wrong in saying that it is indeed a system that's built upon itself, and you are not wrong in saying that these systems operate upon certain sort of conjunctions that fail to operate if you do not reach a particular criteria, and thus fail. But quite frankly, this is where we're getting to the conjunction of like natural selection, which is not something you can get away with regardless of the particulates of the social sort of norms. If you are indeed strong enough to succeed, then you shall do, and you should do, and you will do. What that means for everybody else depends entirely on you, and if you've found refinement and rich clarity, as absolutely so, and even if you have not, even if you do not, even if you've reached demonhood, you will be set upon as an example of what not to do, which is also a part of what to do, the not to do, the to do, both together in arms, beautifully embracing, hopefully creating the third way. Absolutely so. To do, not to do. Yeah. I don't wish to play down your life, because we're not this similar, you and I. I suppose I had it a lot more easier than you. I shall accept that. And I shall try not to look down on you. But I don't mean that at all. I wish you well. I wish we can get out of the farm and have our own way and make our own kingdom, you know? That's my dream. That's my goal. I want to buy a boat and just build something beautiful upon the water. Absolutely so, Mabel. Absolutely so. But to do such a thing, I would have to be capable of so. And to be capable of so, I would have to be capable of surviving at the moment. And if I cannot survive the moment, then I have very little hope of surviving the coming moment, you know? That is the X-factor of life. You considerate the path of least resistance to be how to survive, when in reality you want to make the path of resistance survivable. It's difficult. It's very difficult. It's not as simple as just throwing some termites on the wood and watching them go. Although that is the conjecture in it whole. You need to make it the path of the path of resistance to be livable, to be exploitable, and to allow life to flourish as a whole. the difference between criminalizing against the system of society is that society is already built upon this sort of notion. And if society allows itself to continue on to be criminalized against, then that's all you'll have, Neil. You'll exchange one tyranny for your own, basically, and then you shall be replaced yourself. That is the notion of Rome, where, yes, you are strong, thus you can take everything, but your tools will be used against you, and ultimately propagate the horrific notions that you wish to be resolved of, basically. Yeah, basically. That is why we must go forth, propagate, and live beautifully, and smile truly. Because nobody can take that from you. Absolutely so. And you can't take that from yourself. Absolutely so. And we can simply give each other beauty. Absolutely so. As is a row.
Sprickety sprickety dee, I shall cast upon ye all that ye shall see. Hippity geekity dee.
Too bad that Sabtoid was an NPC all this time. I was gonna commit violence upon her, but you can't commit violence on an NPC. Yeah. Jesse, there's a hodgeable over in that table over there. Jesse, do you understand? Jesse.
The person who made the initial video, makes the whole thing, essentially hated that song, and he made this little shitty sort of like Gmod loop of it, basically, because the bloke which makes like Gmod YouTube poop, basically, like just Gmod videos. He's very sort of like old school sort of person. It just blew up, and he was like, "Yes, I'm going to milk this for its worth," and good on the bloke, because he deserves it, quite frankly. He's an avid. He used to be, rather. He used to be a avid DSP sort of based shit on her. Because back in the day, if you didn't hate DSP, you weren't part of V, and all that sort of stuff. It's very reminiscent of a lot of his videos, though. Or at least the original stuff was. Now that it got some sort of gay-ass plot line to it, it's, you know how it is. Mind will shall be all that you know for your rest of your day, and beauty shall so in tow. Absolutely so, Meatball. Hip, 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 hooray. Hello, I'm the Nostalgia Kiddo. I meow it so you don't have to.
Buffalo go to roam,
Those are the dreams to which the shadow people seek to implant you with spiritual parasites. Or, essentially, Mabel, the way to defeat them is to simply accept them. Do not try to wake up from your dream, simply allow the dream, and ye shall find that you shall always be free to dream of dreams that you simply wish to be. Absolutely so, Mabel. Please, face the dream within and smile beautifully. Absolutely so. Well, it's a typical notion to have the imposement of the identity reflect upon your worldview, I suppose. It is very much a notion of the young to have things organized in a fashion to which is pleasing. But I believe that sort of notion comes simply from the manner to which they are brought up. It's not particularly reasonable or unreasonable, but the particularness of the particular stems to the particular, the reason to which you essentially lacked experience. This is a world sort of binder to where you lack the experience to sort of actuate yourself, therefore you create your experience to actuate yourself. Thus, roughness bounds forth, since, you're living in a world that you cannot control. And thus, the poison bottle is formed. Deep-seated needed to control. And this level of control goes both ways. You wish to be controlled so you don't have to conform, basically. Or you wish to control so that you must conform. Absolutely so. Both of these notions stem from a lacking of perspection, which is the aforementioned experience, grasping and beholding. Essentially, it's quite irrelevant. This is why you find people self-fighting and you not entirely contributing to it, but I'm definitely unaware of it. Absolutely so. If you truly wish to sort of garnish the necessity of finding within mint and killing the poison bottle, you must understand what it is to know. Absolutely so, Mio. The blaster, the blaster, the past is an ask from your ass, and you just wish to know how far you want to go, but the flow don't work, so you needn't let it go, so carry on thinking that you are full of whiskers, and grant yourself some beautiful flow.
The Spider Warrior will run amok upon you in my rocket ship, the Hulkster, I will run amok upon you, and you will be left broken like the Saudi Arabian prince that you once knew in Fortnite. Oh, do you hear that? Come, hoaxer, it's the sound of your reckoning. It's coming for you. Ooh, I, the Spider Warrior. Ooh, shoot up onto the rocket ship. Ooh, and destroy you. Ooh.
$5.90 on a one-way, sipping the tequila out of a shoe from a stray, barbecuing the night with the moonlit grey, castaway ore that you seem to dismay. That is the plan, to which is today. Ooh. There is no such thing as evil, mate. Oh, there are just people who forget that they are good as a absolutely so. Interesting notion of straight men being afraid of gay men is an interesting sort of deconnotator, because inherently that's. You have to understand where that actually comes from. Otherwise, you know, it's easy to sort of get lost in why fear is bad, why being scared of something is bad. In that sort of notion, it's the same sort of particular as liking big cats, you know. These big cats who evolved to eat human, but are strikingly beautiful in nature. So much so that even their adjacents are beautiful. But their adjacents are coveted because they are small and, well, they don't fucking eat you, quite frankly. And this is the same sort of sentiment, I believe, is the old school gay, the gay sort of phobia, because inherently, well, it's obviously a starter of rape, right? A gay man raping another man, maybe. Or maybe a gay man raping a child, maybe. That's sort of the notion, to where it's the fear of being abused, which is an interesting sort of take, because you can take that a couple of different ways. You could take it as a, I'm an abuser, and therefore I understand what to, who to abuse, and why, and the connotations of such, which is admittance of one's own sort of god-awfulness, but denials of one all, like, honesty of self, which is interesting, very interesting. This is a pure sort of bodily sort of fashion, is it not? To where you are an adult, but you fundamentally are a child, that you cannot take any sort of responsibilities because you are in a precarious world of structure that you've built up for yourself. And this is a very sort of interesting squandary, because to be in that sort of situation, you must have existed to simply exist. You're not really a person. You're not really a person if you are just a pure bodily essence, to where your life is complete and utter falsitudes, but you keep on living because you have nothing else. So, I mean, in that sort of notion, you can understand why those of the bodily strike out and commit awfulnesses, because they desperately seek to be alive in some sort of form, but some sort of higher conscious prevents them from achieving so or feeling so. And this could be seen as a love for oneself, you know, a lack thereof. Arguably, this is a very much a social issue, because only in a society where you can exist entirely without being loved can a person become no longer a person. Because if you exist simply to exist, you are here to work and to hold up the structure that has held you up. You can entirely disappear into no longer being a person. Entirely so. And you won't even realise it, because it'll be all that you know, Mio. To a degree. You'd wonder if barnyard animals are more alive than most people. Because at least with the barnyard animals, they aren't. They have no ability to regret. They have no beyonds themselves. And any sort of situation where you have these sort of things is where you suffer immensely for no particular good reason, for no reason at all. And thus, if you're raped by a gay man, is it truly rape? Is it truly awful if somebody comes and brings you suffering? The suffering that you never knew and possibly do need so to realize if you're a human or not? Well, I mean, that's a squandary that works both ways, somebody who is not human would go out and rape to feel something, Oh, yeah, no, maybe. Thus, they bring the suffering into their own life to achieve so. Maybe you dehumanize another person in a process, but all things are forgiven when you forgive yourself and accept yourself, mate. Absolutely so. Whether the weight removes from you or not is entirely your own sort of squandary. But in regards to this, you have the understanding of the just made clear to you, but then you have the observers of so, because we as humans survive upon our ability to see and to understand and to know. Thus, the separation of the understanding versus a more practical approach does not achieve the same effect, and instead creates another effect of garnishing exterior, which does not solve the problem whatsoever. It just sort of amputates as a defense's sort of temporary means, which never sort of which never allows for the problem to be solved. And with time, this sort of compounds, and then you have like all sorts of squandaries where you're throwing gays off the roof, and it's not even a gay. It's just somebody who is perceived as such and therefore is cast astray. And the merits of such are refined by people who do not understand, who do not know. They think the identity of such is this sort of invention of perfection based on narrowness, which is difficult to take hold. Because that sort of squandering allows for the real gays to get away and all that sort of thing. Not that that's a bad thing, of course, but when you are prosecuted simply for existing, the inherent desire for the opposite to sort of continue, to where you will prosecute your prosecutors and become just as worse. And that sort of squandering is fucking horrific, quite frankly, because you become exactly what has happened to you, and you pass it to others quite as readily as hungry, which is a measure of never forgiving yourself for the weight that you carry with you. You can see the carry on. Whoa. Nonsense, mate. Just ask Ohio is if a dick is gay, and you'll understand. I like women myself, just normal ass, regular women with dicks.
Stick a willy in his derriere. Oh, oh, oh.